Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. Here's a live look inside the House of Delegates chamber at the state capitol in Charleston. 4 bills up for passage on the floor today. House Bill 2001 relating to ethics and transparency in government in purchasing matters. House Bill 2028 relating to the venue for suits and other actions against the state to be in any county, not just Kanawha County. House Bill 2359 relating to offenses and penalties for practicing osteopathic medicine without a license to bring the statute into parity with those for medical doctors. And House Bill 2479, Uniform Deployed Parents Custody and Visitation Act. All of these bills will be explained and voted on. Among the bills on second reading, House Bill 2083, increasing the felony criminal penalties for exposing children to methamphetamine manufacturing. House Bill 2123, making the West Virginia schools for the deaf and blind eligible to participate in any and all funding administered or distributed by the West Virginia School Building Authority. Right now, the schools are not eligible to participate in this funding because they are not associated with a county school system. And House Bill 2542 relating to public higher education personnel. Those are among the bills on second reading, the floor amendment stage. They'll be voted on tomorrow. Today we're bringing you the House floor session live. We are recording the Senate floor session, and we'll bring you that as soon as the House floor session has concluded.
Right. House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise today as we're led in prayer by the gentleman from the 24th, Delegate Rod Garrett.
Thank you, Speaker. Dear Lord, there are those who have placed us into their lives and look for us for leadership. They take cues for the lives that we live. What a great privilege and sobering responsibility it is. Help us lead with integrity, love. Let your truth and your hallmark of your choices be our words. And let the mercy of grace characterize our attitudes and our actions. And when it's all said and done, may our final destination be heaven. Thank you. Amen.
Members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Friday, February 24th, 2017.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Cooper.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman from the 28th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Journal will be approved as having been read. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today we have a citation presentation recognizing the Class AA champion football team of Mingo Central High School. To accept the citation, we have the football team and coaching staff Escorting our guests in the chamber are delegates Markham and Dean.
House, please be in order. Clerk, please read the citation.
Whereas the Mingo Central High School Miners football team had a dominant year, finishing with a record of 14-0 on their way to winning the AA State Football Championship by defeating the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. Quarterback Jeremy Dillon was named the best player in West Virginia as he won the prestigious Kennedy Award and the Metro News Player of the Year Award. And running back Joe Coltruck Hunt was named MVP of the state championship game. Coach Danny Yogi Kinder was selected to coach in the West Virginia North-South game. The Miners football team was led by head coach Danny Yogi Kinder, who retired after his 6th season at Mingo Central and nearly 40 years as a coach, and assistant coaches Joey Field, Jacob Stanton, Josh Sammons, Haiti Ford, and Logan Lester. Mingo Central High School is composed of students from Williamson, Gilbert, Matewan, and Birch High Schools. The Miners football team displayed incredible talent, willpower, and perseverance for an entire season, and their success is a shining example of what can be accomplished with hard work, grit, and determination. Therefore, the House of Delegates of the West Virginia Legislature hereby congratulates the Mingo Central High School Miners football team for winning the 2016 AA State Football Championship.
House, please be at ease a moment while I greet our guests and present the citation. Guests from the chamber. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today we have another citation presentation recognizing the AAA champion golf team of Cabell Midland High School. To accept the citation, we have the championship team and coaches. Escorting our guests into the chamber are delegates Rohrbach, C. Miller, C. Romine, Sabonia, Hornbuckle, and Lovejoy.
Clerk, please read the citation.
Whereas the Cabell Midland High School golf team were champions of the 2016 Class AAA High School Golf Tournament, winning by 25 strokes, which was the largest margin of victory ever in Class AAA. 4 players, Zach Chapman, Joseph Dransfield, Andy Michael, and Noah Mullins, were also named to the All-State team, which is the first time all 4 players who made the All-State team were from the same school. The team won the 2015 state tournament as well. During 2016, they won the Parkersburg High School Invitational, defeating 31 other teams, the Capital City Classic, defeating 23 other teams, the West Virginia Golf Association Invitational, defeating 27 other teams, the West Virginia Golf Association Tri-State Cup, the Marion County High School Golf Invitational, defeating 15 other teams, and the Duke Ridgely Invitational, defeating 11 other teams. They were the champions of the MSAC Conference, and Zach Chapman, Andy Michael, and Noah Mullins made the all-conference team. They were in the Region 4 AAA golf tournament, and 2 players, Joseph Dransfield and Noah Mullins, made the all-region team. 4 of the players, Zach Chapman, Joseph Dransfield, Andy Michael, and Noah Mullins, are nationally ranked junior golfers. Therefore, the House of Delegates of the West Virginia Legislature hereby recognizes and honors the Cabell Midland High School golf team and directs this citation be presented in their honor.
House, please ease a moment while I present the citation and greet our guests. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today we have with us 2 representatives from the governor's schools who are going to speak with us today about their experiences in the summer of 2016. Both these young people were selected by their peers to represent them on the Governor's School's Advisory Council. From the Governor's School of the Arts, we have Catherine Leary, a junior at Wheeling Park High School, and the Governor's Honors Academy representative is Jerry Wong, who is currently a senior at Parkersburg High. Both students are accompanied by their parents and members of the Governor's School Advisory Council. Let's please welcome them to the House today.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, honored guests, family, and friends, thank you for having me here today. My name is Catherine Leary. I am currently a junior at Wheeling Park High School, and this past summer, I had the privilege of being a student at the Governor's School for the Arts. The incredible experience I had began even before I stepped onto the West Virginia Wesleyan campus. In fact, I was at first surprised by how many of my fellow students had attended GSA, and how all of them had had an amazing, even life-changing experience. Whether they learned to play jazz on a trumpet for the first time, found out how to truly get in touch with their emotions while acting, or finally created the painting they had always dreamed of. I loved learning more about my own instrument, my voice, and the interdisciplinary education I received in all art forms was truly amazing. The performances we saw were incredible, but for me, there was one specific aspect of the program that stood out as the most valuable part of my GSA experience. This is the emphasis that was placed on art in West Virginia, the state that I love. Nearly every day, the wonderful teachers, RAs, and performers showed us how false it is to think that you can't create art in West Virginia. Before GSA, I didn't realize how possible it was to pursue your art in West Virginia because my previous exposure to West Virginia artists was very limited. GSA provided that exposure for me, and it completely changed my view of art in this state. From the Timbre Quintet to Pickney Benedict to the unveiling of a new piece of artwork in downtown Buchanan, GSA proved to me that art is alive and flourishing in West Virginia. In fact, the best performance of all, in my opinion, was the West Virginia Dance Company. Not only were all of these dancers living and performing in West Virginia, but their performance was in fact a celebration of West Virginia history that was more real and engaging than any history textbook and reminded me of the rich cultural history of our state. Simply put, GSA was a life-changing experience for me by highlighting how art is celebrated in West Virginia. Therefore, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this program and ask you for your continued support. When my friends now say to me that they want to leave this state in order to pursue art, I tell them about my GSA education to prove that there is a vibrant artist community in our state and that they do not have to leave in order to do what they love, art. In these financially difficult times, it's easy to see schools for wonderful students and artists as unnecessary and thus easy to throw away. However, it is now that we need them more than ever before. Please remember that West Virginia's most valuable resource is the outstanding young people of this state. We cannot afford to lose them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Leary. Mr. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, honored guests, it is an honor to stand before such a distinguished audience today to express my deepest support for the Governor's Schools program. And on behalf of 200 of the most amazing seniors across this great state, I offer my most sincere thanks for providing such an opportunity. The theme of the 2016 Governor's Honors Academy was the life in common. Now, if one of us had to explain what exactly this theme meant, you would have counted yourself lucky to hear one person give a straight answer. But this is because the life in common was not something that could simply be taught. It had to be experienced. Within days of settling in, I could already witness a certain vigor amongst the students as they discussed with each other the various subjects we were being taught. Interpreting the Constitution, working on engineering projects, developing logic puzzles, and learning rudimentary computer programming. Neither individual personal expertise nor the relevance of such subjects to our specific career goals mattered to us, because through the sheer passion with which our professors taught and the complete investment in our learning, what they managed to inspire in us rendered anything else irrelevant. Education was common. At GHA, it was often impressed upon us the importance of service to our fellow man. Early on, we were warned to ignore our inherent drive to act in self-interest and instead open our arms to those truly in need. I learned to confront my personal prejudices I did not realize I even had, as I put those aside and vowed to dedicate more of my life to others. Altruism was common. Throughout our time at GHA, we were exposed to our fellowship with all of humanity, speaking to a Holocaust survivor from Europe, to a civil rights journalist from Florida, to West Virginia's very own Dr. Patch Adams. We listened to stories that awoke emotions from the deepest recesses of our hearts, stories that evoked controversy, even debate, yet all the while forcing us to consider what it truly meant to have a moral compass. And I doubt a single one of us ended those 3 weeks without considering the magnitude of the human experience that we had gone through. Compassion was common. On day one, we had an icebreaker activity that involved picking out a famous quote. Mine was by Albert Einstein. "A life lived for others is a life worthwhile." 7 months later, that quote still hangs in my room so that I can remind myself of its relevance every day. So by investing, and it is an investment in the governor's schools, you are investing in more than a life-changing experience for a few hundred students. In just 3 weeks, I witnessed 200 members of today's talented youth transform into the activists, educators, and leaders of tomorrow, each with the capacity and knowledge to make a tangible impact in the world. And what greater commitment is there than the future of our state and our nation? So once more, I thank you. I thank you for permitting me the opportunity to speak with you today. I thank you for providing me the chance to grow as a leader through GHA. And I thank any of you in advance who will prioritize the future of this great and talented generation when considering our program's continuation, because the governor's schools are uncommon.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. I think with young men and women like you, we have a great deal to be optimistic and confident in the future of our state. Thank you for being here with us today. Introduction of guests. Lady from 16th, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates from Cabell County, we have a whole lot of pages from Nichols Elementary. We have Gavin Blake, Reese Harris, Ben Whitmore, Kenyon Collins, Sabrina Rose, Vincent White, Mason White, and I'm holding back on one so someone else can introduce her. And they are accompanied by Christy and Tin Dunlap, Kim White, Stacy Whitmore, Stephanie Harris, and Leanna Blake. If the parents and all the pages, please stand up and please make them welcome.
Joan from the 7th, Delegate Harshbarger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to introduce a gentleman up in the West Gallery. We have today with us Steve Parks. He serves as our director of our Economic Development Authority in Ritchie County. He also serves on the county commissioner to help with the grant writing process, and he's been heavily involved with the Boy Scouts in America over his life. So I just want to thank him for his service to our county and to the young men in our state. Please make him welcome. Thank you.
John from 28th, Delegate Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up in the North Gallery today, we have two people visiting from Summers County. If I could get Myra Ziegler to stand, please, and Austin Persinger. A little note about these two ladies and gentlemen. Miss Ziegler took a failing library and moved it back into something that is spectacular indeed. She has now retired. She's been our librarian for several years, and her relief is standing just to her right in Mr. Austin Persinger, and I have every hope, and I'm sure he will be just as dedicated as she is to making sure that Summers County and Hinton, West Virginia has a library. Would you please make them welcome? Thank you, sir.
John from the 13th, Delegate Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have a hero in the room, a young man from Putnam County, Brian Sigmund. He is a full-time athletic trainer at Hurricane High School. And in the fall of 2015, a young man had a cardiac arrest, and there was only one person there to save his life, and that was Brian Sigmund. So this person would not be here today if it weren't for Brian Sigmund. So if we could all give him a warm welcome and say thank you.
Lady from the 18th, Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two groups here today that I'd like to welcome, and as I call their names, if they could stand to be recognized and welcomed. Paging for us from Nichols Elementary is a dear friend of mine's daughter, Ava Olson, if she could stand. I have known her since she was born and helped change her diapers. And her parents are accompanying her. In the West Gallery behind me is her parents, Nate and Christy Olson, if they would stand. And then also I have from the Cabell County Public Library, David Owens, Taylor McKnight, and my beautiful cousin, Brianna Bowen, if they could stand in the house, please make them feel very welcome.
Lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very special guest with me today in the rear gallery. If my brother Jacob would stand up, he is celebrating his 17th birthday with me by coming and spending his days in the legislature this week. So if everybody would please make him welcome.
John from the 51st, Delegate Statler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegation from the 51st District, it's my honor to announce in the gallery today we have with us the athletic trainers for the Athletic Trainer Day from WVU training students. Would you please rise and will the please make them welcome.
John from 66, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my fellow West Virginia Wesleyan College alumni, I note the presence of some Bobcats in the North Gallery. If you all would please stand. They're here as part of the Athletic Trainer Day here at the Legislature. Would you please make them welcome?
John from the 46th, Delegate Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, for the Upshur County delegation, we have Upshur County Public Library, Mr. Ralph and Mr. Ryan. If you all would please stand in the house, make them feel welcome. Thank you.
John from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, would you join Delegate Summers and myself in welcoming my very good friend from Grafton, West Virginia, Mr. Jeff Stewart? Would you please put your hands together and make my former college roommate welcome in the chambers today? Thank you so much.
John from 24th, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself, Eldridge, Maynard, Markham, and Rodigario, we have two fine librarians, Elizabeth Tackett from Buffalo Creek Memorial Library and Judy Overco from Logan Area Public Library. If they would stand and the house make them welcome. Thank you.
John from 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, joining us in the South Gallery, we have members of the West Virginia Environmental Council. I will not name all of them because they are too great in number today, but I will say that the West Virginia Environmental Council represents over 40 different organizations that are here to protect the safety, the health, and economic development here in West Virginia. If they would please stand up, and would the members please make them feel welcome.
John from the 20th, Delegate Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the lady who lets me come here and takes care of the household chores and basically gives me the freedom to come here and work for the 20th District. My wife, Tish, if she would stand, the house make her welcome.
John from 63rd, Delegate Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery to my left at the top row, we have a guest here from the out west. He is the producer, Del Bigtree of Vaxxed, which is a documentary on vaccines. If he would please stand, and all the folks from West Virginians for Health Freedom could also please stand. And I'll be making an announcement later on this evening for later in the agenda. But if the House could please make them welcome.
Gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With us today in the back of the House, we have a very special guest, former colleague, and also former Mayor of Huntington, Bobby Nelson. House, please make him feel welcome.
John from 29th, Doug Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the delegates that represent Raleigh County, we have some very special pages with us this morning from Coal City Elementary. First of all, we have Micah Brown. Micah, will you stand up and wave to everybody? Micah rode my bus for many years, and his mother is with him, Mary Brown. Mary, are you in the audience? Okay, just stand up and wave to everyone. We also have with us Kaylee Hutchins. Kaylee, yes, there you are. Will you stand up and wave to everyone? And Kaylee is accompanied by her mother, Stacy Hutchins. And she also rode my bus. Would the House please make our special guests welcome?
Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleshauer.
Thank you. On behalf of all the delegates from the 51st District, we have 3 guests today for West Virginia Library Day. They are Tracy Mays, who is from the WVU Library. She works at Health Sciences. Jay Gummer, who works for the Morgantown Library, and as you can see, he does PR, so he's trying to say what a great super library we have. And then also Bonnie Dwyer, who does technology services for Morgantown Library. Could you make all of them welcome? Thank you.
John from the 3rd, Doug Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just heard a great speech by Miss Leary, a junior at William Park High School, and in the gallery, a good friend of mine, her father, Brendan Leary. I asked that he would stand in the house, make him feel welcome.
John from 17th, Doug Lovejoy.
On behalf of the Cabell and Wayne delegations, I want to introduce some special guests in the South Gallery. First, from the Ohio Valley Environmental Coalition, which is based out of Huntington, we have the Executive Director, Natalie Thompson, Project Coordinator, Robin Blakeman, and Outreach Coordinator, Keena Mullins. Also, we have the Director of the Cabell County Public Library, Judy Rule, as well as the Director of the Wayne County Public Library, Mark Esslinger. I'd like the House to please make them feel welcome.
John from the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery from the great city of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, we have an athletic trainer, Gabe Roush. Gabe, if you'll stand and be recognized. And also joining us with the Page program today, we have 2 young ladies from Hurricane Middle School. We have Shay Ash, accompanied by her mom, Melissa Lambert. And we also have Caroline Dameron, accompanied by her mom, Diane Dameron. Would the House please welcome them?
John from the 43rd, Doug Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Eisner and me in the West Gallery, we have a group of librarians from Randolph County. If they would stand in the House, please make them welcome.
John from the 4th, Doug Farrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Canistero from the 4th District have several guests here today. On Library Day from the Moundsville Marshall County Library, we have Directors Sue Riley, Catherine Ferriok, Joey Teletasi, and Kayla Gross. Will they please stand and have the House make them welcome? And also, Mr. Speaker, on West Virginia Athletic Trainer Day, I have a former student from WVU, and I think she's behind me in the North Gallery, Morgan McCool. If Morgan will please stand and let the House make her welcome.
Gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to mention earlier, Delegate Dean and I would like to thank Delegate Marty Gearhart and Dan Greer. They refereed the Mingo Central Miners football this year, and they said that was the best team they ever seen. And we do operate in a bipartisan fashion in southern West Virginia. So with that said, we didn't have any personal fouls with them two refereeing it either. So we want to give them a round of applause and thank them for all their help too.
Dan Greer involved, I really have a hard time believing you didn't have any personal fouls. Gentleman from the 58th, Delegate Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we've been joined by our Doctor of the Day. In the back of the chamber, we have with us Dr. Jeff Groves of Huntington, if the House will make the doctor welcome.
Further introductions. Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 2646, terminating the Women's Commission and discontinue its functions. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 2329, prohibiting the production, manufacture, or possession of fentanyl. House Bill 2620, West Virginia Drug Overdose Monitoring Act, and House Bill 2648, increasing penalties for manufacturing or transportation of a controlled substance in the presence of a minor. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report be received. Reports of select committees. Messages from the Executive. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of Senate Bill 41, extending time person may be subject to probation.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 113, authorizing DEP promulgate legislative rules.
Message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 325, relating to crossbow hunting.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources and then to Judiciary. Resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 21, Senators and Delegates Service Limit Amendment.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
House Resolution 9, memorializing the life and lamenting the death of Dr. Ken Heckler.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent the reference of the resolution to committee be dispensed with and that it be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption.
Gentleman 58th asks unanimous consent the committee reference be dispensed with and the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a memorial resolution honoring the life of Ken Heckler. To accept the resolution, with us today is his wife, Carol Heckler, and stepson, Josh Kitzmiller, and his former Chief of Staff, Bobby Nelson. They're being escorted into the chamber by Delegate Rowan.
All members and guests will please stand for the reading of the resolution, and the clerk will please read the resolution.
Whereas Ken Heckler was born on September 20th, 1914 in Roslyn, New York, the son of Charles Henry and Catherine Elizabeth Huart Heckler, and the grandson of German immigrant George Heckler. Ken Heckler received a bachelor's degree from Swarthmore College in 1935, where he helped organize campus support for Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal, much to the chagrin of his staunchly Republican parents. He earned a master's degree in 1936 and PhD in political science in 1940, both from Columbia University. Dr. Heckler was drafted into the United States Army in 1942 and was originally trained as an infantryman and then as a tank commander. He was eventually assigned as an Army combat historian in Europe and rose to the rank of colonel. After the war, Dr. Heckler taught politics at Princeton University before joining President Harry Truman's administration as an advisor on local level issues. He stayed throughout Truman's administration and into the administration of President Dwight D. Eisenhower. From 1953 to 1957, Dr. Heckler was Associate Director of the American Political Science Association in Washington, D.C. Ken Heckler was then appointed to the faculty of Marshall College, now Marshall University, where he was a longtime presence on campus. In 1958, he ran for and won a seat in the United States House of Representatives, where he served 9 terms before running for governor in 1976, but lost to a fellow New York transplant, Jay Rockefeller. In 1984, Dr. Heckler ran for and was elected Secretary of State, where he served for 16 years. In addition to his public service, Dr. Ken Heckler was an accomplished author whose works included The Bridge at Remagen, Goering and His Gang, West Virginia Memories of President Kennedy, and Working with Truman, a personal memoir of the White House years. In his later years, Ken Heckler was a political activist in support of workplace safety and environmental issues. On June 23, 2009, then aged 94, Dr. Heckler participated in a protest near mountaintop removal mining sites in the West Virginia coalfields. Unmarried for almost all of his life, Dr. Ken Heckler married Carol Kitzmiller, a longtime friend and fellow mountaintop removal protester, on August 12, 2013. Therefore, resolved by the House of Delegates that the members of the House of Delegates hereby publicly memorialize the life of Dr. Ken Heckler and collectively mourn his death while remembering that he leaves behind a legacy of success and accomplishment, that this House of Delegates proclaims that although Dr. Ken Heckler has passed from this earthly life, he will continue to live in the hearts and minds of those who knew him. And be it further resolved that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a certified copy of this resolution for his wife.
Question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Clerk, please record the lady from the 57th as voting in the affirmative. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. That question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. House, please be at ease a moment while I greet our guests and present the resolution. Petitions, motions, bills introduced.
House Bill 2710, including unborn child or fetus in statute setting criminal penalties for child neglect resulting in death.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with, and that each bill be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the chamber automation system.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the House Live. We will show you the Senate floor session as soon as the House floor session is over. Also, this program noted 1 o'clock today, Governor Jim Justice, along with Revenue Secretary Dave Hardy, will have a news conference to discuss budget matters. It's at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and you can see it live here on the West Virginia Channel or at wvpublic.org.
Gentleman from 58th asks unanimous consent the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with, and each bill be considered formally introduced, referred to the appropriate committee as indicated on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each bill be considered formally introduced and so referred. Unfinished business. Bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2001 relating to ethics and transparency in government.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among the bills that we'll be considering this session in an effort to rebuild public confidence in government is the committee substitute for House Bill 2001, which is an omnibus bill relating to ethics and transparency in government. There are 4 separate and distinct components of this bill. First, the bill adds an express nepotism prohibition under the Ethics Act. Second, the bill requires public officials to recuse themselves from voting on appropriations to nonprofit organizations in which that public official is a member of the board or an officer. Third, the bill requires disclosure of financially interested parties to state contracts. And finally, the bill clears up the Ethics Act and Ethics Commission provisions to correct cross-references, as well as to clarify the roles and responsibilities between the Commission and the Probable Cause Review Board. With respect to the provision dealing with nepotism, the bill adds an express provision that nepotism violates the Ethics Act prohibition against the use of public office for private gain. The Ethics Commission has historically interpreted the private gain to include the nepotism prohibition, and in fact, the Commission has had a long-standing legislative rule that included nepotism as a provision of the Ethics Act private gain prohibition. This year, when the Ethics Commission sought to strengthen that long-standing rule, it was brought to the attention that the Ethics Act did not include the express provision prohibition on nepotism, and it was recommended that the Act be amended to expressly provide what has long been implied by the Commission. So accordingly, the bill before you amends the Ethics Act private gain provision to now include an express prohibition that, and I'm going to read the provision, a public official or public employee may not knowingly and intentionally influence, attempt to influence, show favoritism, or grant patronage in the employment or working conditions of his or her relative or a person with whom he or she resides.
Now, with respect to the second part of the bill dealing with recusal from voting, the bill expands the current law relating to appropriations to nonprofits. Specifically, the bill prohibits a public official from voting on an appropriation to a nonprofit association which the public official is a board member or officer. The law does not preclude the appropriation. Rather, it merely requires the public official to recuse him or herself from the vote. For example, if a city council member is president of the local Little League Association and seeks funding for a new baseball field, the member would have to recuse himself from the appropriation vote if the city council desires to give money to the Little League. Again, and just to be clear, the bill does not preclude the appropriation. Rather, it simply brings transparency and avoids an appearance of impropriety in the appropriation to the public official's nonprofit. Now, with respect to the third part of the bill dealing with contract disclosure requirements, the bill requires a disclosure form be filed as part of certain state agency contracts. The form must be filed prior to the state agency signing the contract and must disclose the financially interested parties to the contract. It also requires a supplemental form to be filed if additional interested parties are involved throughout the duration of the contract. Interested parties is defined in the bill and includes three different types. First, the business entities performing work pursuant to the contract. Second, persons who have an ownership interest equal to or greater than 25% in that business entity. And third, any persons or business entities that served as a compensated broker or an intermediary to facilitate the contract. The bill sets forth that the Ethics Commission will create the form and requires the Ethics Commission to make the form, after filed, publicly available, including online if possible under existing technology. Overall, the intent of the disclosure is to bring transparency to those businesses and persons financially benefiting from state contract. And the final part of this omnibus bill updates and corrects the meeting and hearing procedures of the Ethics Commission and the Commission's Probable Cause Review Board. Notably, the bill allows certain members to attend via video conference and also corrects some cross-references and citations throughout the Ethics Act. Overall, House Bill 2001 adds transparency to contracts and appropriations and enhances the ethical provisions in government. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman would rise, I wonder.
Gentleman yields.
Yes.
The bill speaks in terms of relative, and I'm wondering how that's defined in either in the statute or in the bill. I just didn't see it.
Best way for me to respond is just to read it to you.
Yes, sir.
Relative means spouse, mother, father, sister, brother, son, daughter, grandmother, grandfather, grandchild, mother-in-law, father-in-law, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, son-in-law, or daughter-in-law.
Thank you, sir.
Lots of outlaws.
Yeah.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House. Everybody get back. Is passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2001.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2028 relating to the venue for suits and other actions against the state.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2028 seeks to provide easier access to court for persons maintaining claims against the state. West Virginia currently has a limitation on where suits against the state may be brought. This limitation has been in effect since 1923, and it limits the venue, in other words, the place where you can file the suit,
to the Circuit Court of Kanawha County. In 1932, our Supreme Court explained the reason for this, and it was done to prevent great inconvenience and possible public detriment that would attend if functionaries of the state government should be required to defend official conduct and the state's property interests in sections of the Commonwealth, which is the term they used in those days, remote from the capital. Responding to certain advances in technology which have allowed litigation to be conducted at distances which were impossible or inconvenient in earlier days, this bill seeks to allow petitioners or plaintiffs the right to initiate an action in their local circuit court or in the court where the cause of action on which the claim is based arose, or if they wish, they can still file in the Circuit Court of Kanawha County. Given the current technological advances, the sponsors of this bill believe that the restriction on bringing actions against the state only in Kanawha County is antiquated. Currently, West Virginia courts allow remote depositions by telephone or other remote electronic means, and video conferencing can be used to conduct any civil hearing or for witness testimony or depositions in all cases. Those of you who remember 1932 will also know that the roads in the state have improved slightly since that time, so that travel is less inconvenient and the travel time involved in going from one part of the state to the other has been substantially reduced. The original bill made this option only available to pro se litigants, in other words, those who were proceeding without counsel, but the committee amendment makes this option available to every litigant. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 63rd, Douglas Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment and thank the chair and vice chair of Judiciary and all the members of Judiciary and obviously the committee substitute, which makes it much more broad. You know, 1923 was a different time when we didn't have the technology we have today to do depositions, to do testimony. And times are changing. It's time for West Virginia to change, and I appreciate everybody's support on the bill. Thank you.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question before the House, it's the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2028.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2359 relating to offenses and penalties for practicing osteopathic medicine without a license.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 33rd, Douglas Hanshaw, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2359 is intended to correct an apparent discrepancy in our law related to the unauthorized practice of medicine. Under our current law, there is a distinction made between the penalty applicable to those who unlawfully hold themselves out as an MD versus those who would unlawfully hold themselves out as a DO. If adopted, if passed, this bill will align those penalties so that the unauthorized practice of medicine receives the same penalty. The bill provides that upon conviction, an individual may be fined not more than $10,000, imprisoned in a state correctional facility for not less than 1 nor more than 5 years, or both fined and imprisoned. That is consistent with the current penalty for the unauthorized practice of medicine for MDs. The bill would simply make that same penalty applicable for DOs. I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 96 ayes, 2 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2359.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2479, Uniform Deployed Parents Custody and Visitation Act.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 33rd, Delegate Hanschel, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2479 is the Uniform Deployed Parents Custody and Visitation Act. Under our current law, there is a patchwork of approaches taken, particularly by family courts out there, with respect to the adjudication of custody disputes and custody disagreements in situations in which one parent is a member of the military. The bill before us is a model act. It contains only very minor tweaks made by the Committee on the Judiciary to bring the bill in alignment with other provisions of West Virginia law. The bill before us comes in 5 parts. Part 1 provides a definitional section and provides that courts may not use a parent's past or future deployment as a basis in determining the best interest of the child. Parts 2 and 3 apply to situations in which the parents work out a custodial arrangement outside of court. In other words, do so by agreement in the absence of entry of an order by the court, and provide that in cases in which the parents have done so, that those agreements are binding. Part 4 governs termination of such an agreement. And then Part 5 contains the effective date provision and the standard boilerplate language that we see with model acts adopted by this legislature. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? John from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having lived through this, I would like to assure you that it is absolutely impossible for a soldier downrange, for a deployed military member to focus on their job, on their task of defending this nation and its Constitution, while worrying constantly about the status of a custody agreement. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill. Thank you, sir.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2479.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2083, increasing the felony criminal penalties for exposing children to methamphetamine manufacturing.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
House Bill 2123, making the West Virginia Schools for the Deaf and Blind eligible to participate in any and all funding administered or distributed by the West Virginia School Building Authority.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2486, providing that when a party's health condition is at issue in a civil action, medical records and releases for medical information may be requested and required without court order.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2542, relating to public higher education personnel.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Falk moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Falk 2-27.
Jump from 63rd, Delegate Falk asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 63rd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The legislative auditor did a recent, I think last year, did a report on the Higher Education Policy Commission. Basically said that all they've been doing is advisory in nature. It's cost the state about $3.5 million a year. Now, they do have some good functions, the West Virginia Net, for one. That's housed up in Morgantown. There's a lot of people talk about taking bold steps in this state. This is a bold step to reduce the size of government. It's only been around since 2000. When I was in college at Shepherd, the Board of Governors of the respective institutions made their decisions. And that's where really this should be. So this amendment abolishes the Higher Education Policy Commission, saves our state $3.5 million of general revenue money. It takes the promised scholarship and lets it be distributed by the treasurer. In other words, it's very simple to determine whether somebody's eligible for the promised scholarship. Simply look at the GPA and their test score. They'd send in their list of people that are eligible each of the institutions, and the treasurer would cut a check. A lot of people talk about grants. Every institution under the Higher Education Policy Commission has grant writers. I've been told by several higher-ups at several higher education institutions that all they do is basically rubber stamp. It actually slows the process down. And in fact, they take an administrative fee to do their services. So less money is getting to the universities from those grants. And the last thing it does, because I talked about the WVNet, since it's housed in Morgantown, it puts WVNet under WVU and allows those institutions other than WVU to use those services if they see fit, but does not mandate it. And I ask support for the amendment.
John from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For my review, it seems the amendment exceeds the bill in scope, and I'd raise a point of order of germaneness.
T's crossing your eyes, daughter?
Having looked at the fundamental purpose of the bill before us is relating to changing policies as to hiring, firing, and personnel decisions. The amendment that's been offered goes far beyond that to actually restructure higher education in general, not only as to those particular issues, but to the structure and governance of our higher education institutions entirely. Therefore, I believe the amendment is not germane to the bill. Are there further amendments? What purpose does the lady from the 51st, Douglas Fleshauer, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that we advance the bill to third reading with amendments pending and the right to perfect those amendments, or with unanimous consent.
Lady asked unanimous consent. Let me just, you're asking to advance it with amendments pending and
the right to perfect those amendments.
the right to, I guess, offer
Perfect the
additional.
pending amendments.
Okay. Joan from 66, Douglas Estimus.
Mr. Speaker, I would object to the lady, if there is a unanimous consent request pending before us, I would object. Members have had an opportunity throughout the weekend to perfect amendments, consult with those parties necessary in order to perfect those amendments. Our preference would be to proceed under regular order.
This is in regards to House Bill 2542 relating to public higher education personnel. Delegate Fleshauer is requesting that House Bill 2542 be advanced to third reading with the right to amend on the floor tomorrow when it's up for passage. This is live coverage of the House of Delegates floor session. We are recording the Senate's floor session, and we'll bring you that once the House floor session has concluded. We will also be breaking away at 1 o'clock this afternoon for a news conference by Governor Jim Justice, along with his Revenue Secretary Dave Hardy, who has called this news conference regarding the budget. So we'll be watching that for the governor's reception room to become active and the governor to enter, and then we will go to the governor's reception room for that news conference. We will return to our legislative coverage once that news conference is over. And at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we'll go to the Senate Finance Committee for a budget presentation by the Department of Revenue. That's at 3 o'clock this afternoon on the West Virginia Channel. There's still a conference, some negotiations going on to the Speaker's podium regarding the bill relating to the Public Higher Education Personnel, House Bill 2542. Again, Delegate Barbara Fleshauer asking to advance the bill to third reading with the right to amend, and Delegate Espinosa, the House Education Chair, not wanting to do that. I've pulled up the bill at issue here. The purpose of this bill is to provide more flexibility in human resources and personnel to institutions of higher education. The bill strikes language mandating a temporary salary schedule and redefines classified and non-classified employees. It removes bumping rights based upon seniority. The bill gives West Virginia University and Marshall University the right to develop their own classification and compensation systems, and gives other institutions the option to apply to the Higher Education Policy Commission or the Council for Technical and Community Colleges for the same right. The bill enables WVU, Marshall University, and any other authorized institution to develop rules for classification, compensation, and human resources. The mandate for a vice chancellor of human resources is removed, and obsolete provisions are eliminated. So that's the bill at issue on second reading on the House floor.
Okay, House will be in order. House will be in order. Are there amendments? Further amendments?
Delegates Moy, Fleischauer, Caputo, and Farrow move to amend the bill. This is HFA, Moy, Fleischauer, Caputo, and Farrow, 2-27, number 1.
Okay. Gentleman from the 29th, Doug Moy, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a couple of amendments, so I'm going to go a little slow on this one so you can pull the bill up and find the sections of code that we're working on. This first amendment that I'm proposing is on page 20, section 7, line 1. And I'll say that one more time because I know oftentimes you miss things. Page 20, section 7, line 1. Following the words consulting with, and afterwards inserting the words and providing a 30-day written notice to. And this provision is just adding a 30-day notice to changes that might be done to an employment policy. It's pretty well consistent with what private businesses already do. It gives folks a chance to look at it, and sometimes there may be a change that has unintended consequences, and folks point it out, and there's revisions to it. So it's just saying you get a 30-day notice prior to these changes. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from the 66th, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd rise in support of the gentleman's amendment or my colleague's amendment. I believe it is consistent with the thrust of the legislation that does envision consultation between higher education leadership and our employees at those institutions. So I do believe it's consistent, strengthens the purpose of the bill, and I would support the gentleman's amendment.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor of adoption will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegates Moy, Fleischauer, Caputo, and Farrow move to amend the bill. This is HFA Moy, Fleischauer, Caputo, and Farrow 2-27, number 2.
Gentleman from the 29th, Delegate Moy, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This amendment would be on, let's see, page 14, section 3, line 15. And the way the bill is currently written, it is striking some language. This simply puts that language back in. And the language it would reinsert would be, and for recall of employees laid off. The effect of this would be that should there have to be a staff reduction for whatever reason, then those that are displaced, when things change, the economy's better, you need more staff, that those that have been displaced would be called and offered a job back. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Thank you.
The other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from the 66th, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would rise to ask rejection of the proposed amendment. During our deliberations in House Education, we heard testimony how this type of practice is very problematic, difficult to really follow, in the course of a situation where you have had layoffs. Perhaps you've had folks that have been laid off for some period of time. We heard testimony in committee that in a number of cases, while trying to reach out to folks that perhaps have been separated from an institution for some time, individuals that may have been identified as an outstanding candidate for a particular role, they actually, because of the sometimes lengthy delays in trying to move through this recall list, they've had individuals that have actually withdrawn their names from consideration, quality individuals who find that the delays associated with this particular provision in current code is something that they would prefer to pursue other opportunities as opposed to really waiting in limbo because of this this type of provision. We also heard some testimony from our education leadership in that they very much want to be on an even playing ground with their peer institutions. Information that was provided by WVU, for example, indicates that if you consider the other Big 12 institutions, particularly the 7 public institutions for which personnel information, personnel code, and policies are readily available. Not one of the other 7 public Big 12 institutions allow for recall solely on the basis of seniority. This legislation provides for other factors such as documented job performance, skill sets, other pertinent factors to be considered. This proposed amendment really goes against the thrust of the purpose of this bill. For that reason, I'd urge rejection of the amendment.
John from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly rise in support of the amendment. You know, I heard the distinguished chair using words like problematic, keep people in limbo. We want to create an even playing ground. Well, I don't know how many of my colleagues here have ever been laid off. And I don't know if you've ever had difficulty worrying about if you was going to pay the light bill, worrying about if you was going to have health care, worrying about if you was going to have a paycheck so you can pay your kids' college tuition. That is problematic. And let me tell you something else is problematic. When you're maybe 50, 55 years old, and hard times come to wherever you're working at, whether it's in the private sector or whether it's in the public sector, and you get laid off, and you want to talk about uncertainty. Uncertainty means you have no recall rights to a job that maybe you've devoted 20, 25, 30 years to. I think that's wrong, quite frankly. We're talking about employees that may be devoted their entire adult life to an institution, and we hit some hard times, and that individual maybe gets laid off and doesn't even have a right to be recalled when things get better? Come on, we're better than that. We are better than that. That's what you call putting people in limbo. I challenge every one of us to think about putting ourselves in that position where you're not a young man or woman at 20, 21 years old, 22 years old, where you can go out and pursue other careers. Put yourself in a blue-collar status where you've carried a dinner bucket for the last 25 or 30 years, and you get laid off, and guess what? Maybe some 21-year-old can fill your job, and you don't even have a chance to go back to where you dedicated your entire adult life. That's wrong. I don't care what side of the aisle you're from. I don't care what philosophies you share in life. That's wrong. We're better than that. We're better than that in West Virginia. We shouldn't be treating our employees like that. We shouldn't be even thinking about kicking people to the curb like yesterday's newspaper. I can't believe the institution that's 15 miles from my house wants to do this to dedicated employees. I find that problematic, Mr. Chairman. I find that very problematic. I find it hard to believe, and I find it mean-spirited. And I would hope that they would have some reconsideration of some of the things they're trying to do to their employees in this piece of legislation. So I certainly rise in support of this amendment, and I want each and every one of my colleagues to do a little soul searching, because that might be your uncle or your dad or your neighbor that devoted a lot of years and did a fine job, and then all of a sudden, you're yesterday's newspaper. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Lady from the 51st, Delegate Fritsch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of information. In the committee substitute, what page and what line is this amendment? Perhaps this.
If we could have the clerk to just read the amendment.
Delegates Moy, Fleischauer, Caputo, and Farrow move to amend the bill on page 14, section 3, line 15, by reinserting the language "and for a recall of employees laid off."
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the 51st, Douglas Statler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, was going to rise in opposition to this amendment. And I will say, to clarify a couple statements that I believe was pointed out. One is that all institutions have been working together on this legislation that will give them flexibility in the way they do business. As we continue to cut their budgets, and this is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen, is about the money it takes to run these institutions. If we don't want to fully fund these institutions, then we got to give them some flexibility in order to do what they need to do. The other thing I would say to you is that if you read this legislation, as I have many times, and I am the lead sponsor, I will say that if you look in there, there's a lot of things that this bill says, and there's a lot of things it doesn't say. It doesn't stop these institutions, if they have a layoff, from recalling those folks if they choose to do that. We're just simply giving them flexibility in the way that they do business. We're not telling them completely in this bill what you have to do. Over the years, we put a lot of rules and regulations in here, in my opinion, that should have never probably been in there to start with. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Lady from 51st, Douglas Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is about job security. And people who work for the state and people who work for institutions of higher education, they are getting lower wages than in the private sector. And one of the things they have is this limited right to recall. This has been in the law for decades. And I think it's really important that people have counted on this. People who have devoted their lives have assumed that if bad times would arise, that they would have an opportunity to get back on the job, and that would be something that was in the code. This is something that higher education employees fought for. It's been in there for years, and now, when layoffs might occur, we're yanking the rug out from under them, just when it is most important. So I urge adoption of this amendment.
If I could, the clerk has further clarified to the lady from the 51st Douglas Fritz had asked about the amendment, location of the amendment. The section that it amends starts on page 14, but the actual, where it makes reference to line 15, section 3 is on page 15 of the amendment. So the section starts on 14, but the actual change is on page 15, if that clarifies for the members. The gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Vice Chairman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman from the 51st. Gentleman yields.
My friend from Monongalia, in your comments, you said this doesn't stop them from hiring the person who's laid off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does it require them to hire the person that's laid off?
It does not.
So there's no provision that if an individual has 30 years service and gets laid off, there's no assurances that that individual will get hired back to that position. Is that correct?
Not in this legislation.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 58th, Delegate Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, too, rise and ask rejection of the amendment on three basic ideas. The first is the idea of local control and local flexibility. That doesn't mean anyone's going to be mistreated or HR policies won't be sound HR policies. Local control and local flexibility is just that. We have to give up some protections maybe that we take care of here and let the local entities, fair institutions, good local government, do the things they need to do to serve and carry out their missions. But it is, the second point, it is and can be costly and cumbersome to try to manage all these HR issues, all these little policy things from the state capitol that apply to everybody. That is the need and value of local control and flexibility. And third, I would just reiterate what the chairman said, is this change brings our institutions in line with many others. As you heard, WVU would be an outlier in their conference. This brings WVU and our institutions to similar status as a number of other of our surrounding states, and I would urge rejection of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have a request for Rule 49. My wife is on the Board of Governors for one of the colleges in the state.
To the gentleman, I don't believe that would cause her to have necessarily to have a direct pecuniary interest. It would be prospectively if there was ever a situation that might affect her. But in addition to which, because this affects, as I understand it, all of our institutions, there would be a large class of members who would be on those Board of Governors, and therefore it would be the ruling of the chair that you should vote on the amendment. Gentleman from 36, Delegate Rowe.
I rise to support the amendment because it's a very narrow amendment, very, very narrow amendment. None of the issues that people are talking about, the big issues in Big 12 and policy, really relate on this amendment. This amendment says one small thing. If we're going to lay employees off, then we ought to have recall whenever we hire back for the same position. Now, that's not anything radical or unusual. It doesn't upset any of the provisions of the statute. It doesn't change how WVU, Marshall, the osteopathic school, and other institutions who elect to go into these special provisions can act. They still can lay off. They can bump. They can eliminate bumping. They use any variety of decisions that any business would or anyone else would do. But with this employment, why not require them to recall a person who's been there for a substantial period of time or for any time, really? This only relates to recall. It doesn't relate to bumping or higher education's control over the universities or any of those things. It's just one simple little provision, and it is that, look, if we're going to lay people off for whatever reasons it might be, the universities aren't restricted in any way with their layoff rules. They don't have to use seniority. If you just look at this one provision, all it says is that, look, if you lay folks off, you ought to recall them whenever you're hiring back into that position. So I support the amendment and urge the members to vote in favor of the amendment.
John from the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the lead sponsor yield to a question, please?
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Vice Chairman, would it be the case that you offered this bill so that in a tough budget situation that we're in now, knowing that higher education has been cut several times in a row by our previous governor, and that this oftentimes is the only place where we can make reductions to general revenue in a tough budget situation, you're doing this as a means of providing education to the students who are going to technical colleges or colleges. Would that be correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I think listen to the discussion here. There's one thing that is missing in the discussion, and that is the purpose of our funding in our colleges, and that's to educate our young people. We've got to educate these people to be ready for the jobs that are coming up. And I think what this amendment, or what the bill does, is it gives us a way to make the money go further, to better educate our students with the money that we have in the budget. Again, considering that we have a $450 million hole in our budget now. And it looks to me like this amendment would actually go counter to that. So for that purpose, I would urge rejection of the amendment.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Jump from the 29th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been a whole lot of comments made here about this simple amendment. One is that it would hinder our institutions from arranging staff or faculty. It would hinder them from laying off staff. That there were references made to seniority, And I would have you know that this amendment doesn't stop any of that. This bill pretty well takes away all employee rights. And this amendment doesn't change that. This amendment simply says that if you've laid someone off, if they've been displaced, for whatever the reason, that they're put on a recall list. And should you be hiring more people or need to bring them back on, that you're going to go to that recall list and call these people. That's pretty straightforward and pretty simple. It does not save the institution any money or cost them any money to do this. The institutions would just have to call the folks up, say, hey, do you want your job back? And that is a very, very small thing to ask for folks that have dedicated their life to an institution. I ask you, if that was your son or daughter, wouldn't you want them to be on a recall list? We're not telling the institutions that they can't lay them off. We're just telling them you got to give them a call back. That is just a common courtesy. And I would present to you that it may even be more cost effective because these are known employees. They won't have to be acclimated to the jobs. They're already used to working for the institution. I would have you present to you that they would be better employees because they're used to this job. They're used to this situation, as opposed to hiring somebody off the street. They can still save the money. They can still lay off who they wish. I'm just asking that those that are displaced get the first chance of getting the jobs back. That's pretty simple and that's pretty straightforward. Let's just treat people the way we would like to be treated. For those reasons, I wholeheartedly support this amendment, and I ask you to also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe the gentleman asked for a roll call. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 43 ayes, 54 nays, 3 members absent not voting, less than the majority of members present having voted the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments?
Delegates Moy, Fleischauer, Caputo, and Farrow move to amend the bill. This is HFA Moy, Fleischauer, Caputo, and Farrow 2-27, number 3.
Gentleman from the 29th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my last one. On page 14, section 3, lines 6 through 9, they have been stricken. The amendment would just reinsert them and put them back. This does have to do with the bumping. This doesn't stop the institutions from reducing staff, laying anyone off. It just allows for people that are working there to realign themselves to keep their jobs so that those that have been there the least amount of time are going to end up being the ones that are gone. As was pointed out, someone that's been there 20, 30 years could easily just be kicked to the curb and have no chance of recall since we just defeated that amendment. This just gives them a chance to move to another position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? John from 66, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment. Again, one of the key thrusts of this legislation is to provide our higher education institutions the flexibility to determine what their needs are and to adjust their staffing to reflect those needs. My colleague from the 14th pointed out that primary consideration of institutions should be how can they best serve their customers, their students. This legislation, again, allows institutions to determine what skill sets are most needed as they're staffing their institution. It allows them to look at documented job performance when they're considering staffing changes, perhaps in response to a reduction in force. The amendment that's before us essentially would remove that flexibility that this legislation is attempting to provide our institutions. Now, to be very clear, and we heard testimony to this in House Education, there is nothing in this legislation that precludes the institution from considering seniority, longevity, other appropriate factors. But this legislation simply provides our higher education leadership with the ability to make that call, to look at what is the right mix of staffing to meet their needs, which of course may change over time. So again, because this amendment essentially would gut a key provision of this legislation that provides that flexibility to our higher education institutions to decide what staffing best meets the needs of their customers, their students, I would urge rejection of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got a novel idea. Let's give the workers some flexibility so they can keep their job and feed their families. Vote yes for the amendment.
John from the 10th, Delegate Dean.
Would the Chairman of the Education Committee yield?
Gentleman yields.
Chairman, are these people who might be laid off, do they have tenure? Are they protected by tenure? I assume that they are.
To my good friend, this legislation really relates strictly to classified and unclassified staff. This does not apply to faculty.
But if there are, say, 5 people in the category that are being laid off, and if we pass this amendment, they would have to give priority to people in a certain order. Is that right?
This legislation essentially, okay, let me start again. Under current law, the primary consideration, in many cases the only consideration, is seniority. Whoever the very most senior person is, that's the individual that typically will prevail when perhaps there's a reduction in force. What this legislation does is it allows other factors such as documented job performance, skill sets, which obviously various skill sets may become more in demand over time depending on the needs of the institution. That's what this legislation fundamentally does, is it provides flexibility to the institutions to make that determination when there is perhaps a need for a reduction in force, rather than retain an individual who might be slightly junior to another individual, but yet that junior employee has skill sets or documented performance that clearly is superior to a slightly or even more senior individual. This allows that individual to take those factors into consideration in addition to seniority, longevity, other appropriate factors.
In other words, if we adopt this amendment, whoever is doing the hiring is restricted to who they have to hire. They have to hire the person that fits the category of this amendment. Is that correct?
Well, this amendment would essentially, as I understand the thrust of the amendment, would essentially say, would retain current code that says you really have to look strictly at seniority. You don't have an opportunity to look at documented job performance. And we heard testimony in House Education. You may have a situation where a junior employee has stellar job performance evaluations, whereas perhaps a more senior person might have only mediocre job performance evaluations. This allows the institution to look at that and other factors when considering how they implement a potential workforce reduction. Now, we also heard testimony in House Education that quite often, very often, the case is that the most experienced individual is the most qualified for that position. This legislation does nothing to preclude the institution from retaining that senior individual who has that wealth of experience. What this legislation does provide, though, which is not currently available to them, is to look at other pertinent factors. Again, documented job performance, skill sets, longevity, seniority, other appropriate factors.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I'd like to speak on the amendment.
John may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment will do is really restrict the administrator from hiring the person he feels is the best person for that particular job. And I think that we lock in people who might not be the best choice of the administrator, because we're going to tell them who they have to hire. And I think that's wrong. I think more than anything else, we need to give the principals in the schools and higher education, we need to give them the authority to choose who's going to be hired to run the schools. Because after all, the basis of how the school is run is judged by who the people running the schools are. And if the administrators are not qualified or allowed to hire the best people, how can you expect the best results? So I vote no on this amendment.
John from the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Did you tell us the difference in longevity and seniority?
Very little. I know there was some discussion in House Education, reference to both terms. As far as a legal definition, I'm not sure that I can speak that out. I'll certainly defer to counsel on that. But I think the whole thrust of looking at either longevity, the length of time that an individual's been in a particular position, or seniority. Again, I think both of those really probably speak to experience in a particular position. And I would just reiterate that in this legislation, it certainly doesn't preclude higher education leadership from looking at either longevity or seniority when making either hiring or retention decisions. It simply allows them to look at factors above and beyond simply seniority or longevity.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 19th, Doug Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, we passed a bill that seeks to eliminate nepotism in public offices. And yet, at the same time, we're seeking now to pass a bill that will essentially open higher education institutions up to nepotism. If you don't like someone, you can get rid of them simply because you don't like them. And this amendment would simply prevent that from happening. Seniority is such a basic right of employees, especially those who are at the bottom of the totem pole, the guys mowing the grass, the guys sweeping the floors. This amendment will protect them, and I urge the members of this body to support it. Thank you.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment before I recognize the gentleman from the 29th to close debate? Gentleman from 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a lot of words thrown out here, longevity and seniority, and they can consider longevity or seniority. Now, I've been wrong more than once in my life. You can ask my wife about that. But as I recall, seniority is totally done away with this bill. Seniority, you'll not see it in there anywhere. Longevity, that's the word that was used to replace seniority. And as is pointed out, longevity, not seniority, can be considered. It can be. And you could consider that you don't want to consider it because there is no weighting. There's no 60% this, 20% that. There is no weight given to longevity. So in essence, what it's doing is saying that the most senior person, the person that has given their life for this institution, can be kicked to the curb. This bill gives great flexibility to these institutions. This isn't saying they can't lay someone off. It's just saying that if we adopt this amendment, it's just saying that you can bump down the line so that the person that has been there and given their life for the institution can retain a job. Now, I would pose to you that had we passed the previous amendment, I would have considered withdrawing this one so that those people that were bumped, possibly with 20 or 30 years of longevity now, could have a chance to be recalled. But we rejected that. We don't think longevity is important anymore. I beg to differ. I humbly request that you vote for this amendment. Thank you. And I ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 35 ayes, 62 nays, 3 members absent not voting. Less than the majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments? Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Further bills on second reading.
You're watching the House floor session live from the House of Delegates chamber at the State Capitol in Charleston. We are monitoring the governor's reception room at the Capitol. Governor Jim Justice is to hold a news conference at the top of the hour. We will stay with the House of Delegates until the governor enters the room and begins this press conference. So please stand by. We will show you the Senate floor session once the governor's news conference has concluded.
Bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2420, providing that the State Board of Education may delegate its Medicaid provider status and subsequent reimbursement to regional educational service agencies or county boards.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2506, relating to the permit limitation calculations and allowing overlapping mixing zones for calculating permit limits for drinking water criteria.
Clerk has a motion.
Delegate Pushkin moves pursuant to House Rule 103. I move that House Bill 2506 be rejected.
Gentleman from 37, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Upon reviewing House Rule 103, a bill can be rejected upon first reading. And after sitting through the public hearing this morning on 2506, which would, in effect, allow for more permitted discharge into our state's waterways, I don't believe that this is a bill that is necessary to attract more jobs to this state. I believe that it would be harmful to the citizens of the state, so I move that we reject the bill on first reading.
John for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to suggest that the bill should proceed. The motion before you is not all that common, although I've seen it a couple times, but it's a motion to reject the bill. So I'm going to be a no because I don't want to reject the bill. I would suggest that whatever your position is on the bill, certainly we should be able to debate the issue, amend the issue, allow the bill to move forward. The question before you, should the bill move forward to amendment stage tomorrow? To properly be before the body to see if there are any amendments you might want to offer. Should it then move to third amendment where it could, or third reading where it could be debated and voted on. So the question here on first reading is, shall the bill be rejected? And I would be a no on that and think that it should probably continue through the process. If there are issues that you disagree with, there's a process to have those issues be known. There's a process to have those issues become part of the bill if you'd like to amend it. But certainly it should be agreeable to most of us that it should keep going today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John for the first, Douglas Tesla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would rise to reject the motion. As somebody who's been in the environmental arena since before the NPDES program was established, and I believe before Delegate Overington was elected for the first time, I believe that debate is necessary on this bill. And I strongly urge a no vote here. Let's get it to the floor, and we'll see what happens. But as far as I'm concerned, this bill needs to go forward. Thank you.
Lady from 51st, Doug Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to chime in support of the gentleman's motion. The effect of this legislation is to change the way that we calculate things for cancerous contaminants that are put into our potential drinking water, and it would go in conformity with the EPA. But for non-cancerous chemicals, it would potentially increase the amount that is put into our water. We're talking about cyanide, lead. There's a list of 80 of them. And if we have low water, which we frequently have now with global warming, we have vast fluctuations in dryness and raining, there's a potential that we could have an acute poisoning in our state. And I simply don't want to take that chance. I don't think, we have not heard anything about any jobs, any single job being created. And therefore, I don't need any more debate. I feel very comfortable that keeping things the way they are, the way EPA has recommended, which everybody's talking about the EPA, they're saying that there should be a different standard for non-cancerous chemicals. I'm ready to vote right now, and I thank the gentleman for making his amendment, and I ask for the yeas and the nays.
John for the 10th, Doug Dean.
Mr. Speaker, is this item debatable?
It is. To the gentleman, the motion is debatable. Are there further members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman for 37th to close debate? Gentleman for 37th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do understand exactly what this motion does. It allows us to vote right here and now, really, I think, to save this body time on a bill that we have found, through our committee meetings and through a public hearing is not really necessary. We heard from a representative of the Manufacturers Association in committee that how we calculate the dilution of the water right now has not cost us, the state, a single job. We heard that the passage of this legislation will not create a single job. So I'm going to take the cue from the President of the Senate, who said we're going to focus on bills that create jobs. So I'm trying to save the body time so we can get to the real business of the state, actually pass real legislation that's going to create jobs and not deliberate on something that just just the deliberation of it sends a negative image out to the rest of the country that West Virginia is once again weakening their safety standards, once again weakening their standards of their safe drinking water. We want to be open for business. In order to be open for business, we have to be able to trust the water that's coming out of our tap. That's more important than recalculating the amount of toxins that we can put into our rivers and streams. So this motion is an attempt to save this body time so we can get on with it, take care of this bill right here and now before the lengthy debate that's going to come in the next couple of days. Thank you. And I also ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman has closed debate. For what purpose is the gentleman from 63rd seek recognition?
Point of clarification.
Gentleman may state his point.
If we were to want to continue this bill into second reading, we would vote red. Is that correct?
Gentleman is correct.
Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill be rejected? A roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
At issue here is House Bill 2506, the subject of the public hearing earlier today.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. Next question. 25 ayes, 72 nays, 3 members absent, not voting. Less than the majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion rejected. Bill be advanced. Leaves of absence. Gentleman from 58th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for our...
We are still monitoring the governor's reception room for Governor Justice and Revenue Secretary Dave Hardy to enter for a news conference about the budget. We are monitoring the governor's reception room, and as soon as that begins, we will go to that room for the governor's news conference. For now, you're watching the House of Delegates live on the West Virginia channel.
Committee members, well, not committee members, when those who want to testify before the committee come into committee, they are now put under oath. And their how should I describe them? Their speeches sometimes that they give to us have been really to the point this year. They really are getting the truth out. And I want to praise the Speaker for making sure that we do get the truth out for members of this legislative body. So that brings me to House Bill 2506, which we just discussed. Last week, we had representatives of the American Manufacturers Association come before the committee, raise their right hand, and take an oath and give statements on the pending legislation. Now, it's been called about everything under the sun since that time, but an interesting thing happened during committee that I thought I should bring to the Speaker's attention. Question: have you identified the number of new jobs we will be bringing in if we pass this legislation? Answer: no, sir. So you can't tell me today that we will increase a single job in West Virginia if we pass this legislation. And to his credit, he said, no, nor can I tell you anybody who would be hurt by what we're proposing. Now, reminder, he's a lawyer, and a scientist said to the otherwise, so if we're going to weigh opinions in this matter, I'd go with the scientist. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring it to your attention because as soon as we stepped out of committee, the next morning we were engulfed with emails from the American Manufacturers Association saying, and I quote, "More jobs, a better label for Stream Bill." More jobs. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, emails and letters and calls to our body are not under oath, but the representatives of these organizations are under oath when they come into committee, and I trust that you will focus on the examples of maybe perjury and getting rid of propaganda. Now, I think we all know Mr. Yossi was not committing perjury. He was telling the truth that you are seeking for this body. But the propaganda has not stopped. The propaganda continues, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that you investigate this matter and make sure that the propaganda stops. Thank you.
Lady from the 3rd, Doggett Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to share with this body something I'm kind of excited and proud about. Yesterday was my 6-month anniversary of having a stroke, which I suffered August 26th. It was apparently a massive stroke, which I was surprised to hear as anybody because I didn't think I could have a massive stroke at the age of 45. I thought that only happened to really old people. And I was shocked and really surprised when my doctor told me that. And I was even more glad when 30 days later, my doctor told me he has never corresponded with someone who had suffered such a massive stroke at such a level 30 days later. So I think that I'm here due in large part to many of the prayers of my fellow members here. So I just want to share my good times and thank you for the continued prayers and support.
So, lady, I think I speak for every member of the House that we are very pleased with your recovery and hope that that continues, and are very pleased you're back with us. Gentleman from the 1st, Doggett Tesla.
Mr. Speaker, I reluctantly get up here at this point in time to address some comments that were just made. Unfortunately, taking the oath before you testify obviously doesn't mean a lot of things. We were told also by the technical representative of the environmental movement that there were 2 standards that the EPA recommends. One was for non-carcinogenic and one was for carcinogenic materials. It sounded okay until after the meeting when I talked with Mr. Mandarola from the DEP, and he said that is actually incorrect. The same standard, harmonic, mean, apply to both. And I have it in writing, and I'd like to read it to you. EPA recommends that the WVDEP modify this revision to reflect harmonic mean flow as the critical design flow for both carcinogens and non-carcinogens. Now, are you going to go arrest the man? To my colleague from the 3rd? I don't think so, and I'm not suggesting that. But what I'm suggesting is, I like the oath, taking the oath, but that doesn't mean mistakes won't happen. I assume this was a mistake. Thank you.
John for the 50th, Doggett Caputo.
Yeah, I just want to ask that the unanimous consent that the remarks by my friend from the 30th and the gentle lady from the 3rd, I'm sorry, the 3rd and the gentle lady from the 3rd be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks will be printed in the appendix of the journal. Further remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. John for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, subject to announcements, I move the House adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Other announcements. John from the 35th, Doggett Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 2 p.m., your House Finance Committee will meet in the House Finance Committee room to hear a budget hearing from the Department of Transportation.
John for the 33rd, Doggett Hanshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Judiciary will continue the posted agenda upstairs at 2 o'clock.
John for the 51st, Doggett Statler.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Education will meet today at 2:30 p.m. in the Education Committee room. The agenda is posted.
Lady from the 31st, Doggett Arbon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet today, but please note that the meeting time has been changed to 3 p.m. The committee, in the committee room, Government Organization 215 East. Also, our Republican members will caucus at 2:30 in the chairman's office. The agenda has been posted.
Lady from the 49th, Doggett Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet tomorrow, Tuesday at 2 o'clock in room 215E. The agenda will be posted.
Lady from the 32nd, Doggett Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse will meet tomorrow afternoon at 3:30 in the Government Organization Committee room.
Lady from the 59th, Doggett Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Political Subdivisions will meet tomorrow, February 28th at 1 in the House Education Committee room. The agenda will be posted.
John from the 42nd, Doggett Ambler.
Speaker, your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the House Gov Org room, and the agenda will be posted.
John from the 15th, Doggett Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Industry and Labor will meet tomorrow, Tuesday, February 21st at 10 a.m. in the House Government Org Committee room. And the chairman requests that the Republican members caucus 15 minutes before in his office. Thank you.
John from the 48, Doug Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Roads and Transportation will meet today at 1:30 p.m. in the House Government Organization Committee Room.
John from the 63rd, Doug Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Pensions and Retirement will meet tomorrow at 4 p.m. in the House Finance Committee Room. The agenda will be posted. And also, the gentleman I introduced earlier that was producer of that documentary, Vaxxed, they're having a showing tonight if you're interested, if you've got any free time. 7 p.m., LaBelle Theater, 311 D Street, South Charleston, and he's going to do a Q&A afterwards. Everybody who's interested. Thank you.
Further announcements. Not the question before the House is the motion by gentleman from the 58th. The House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
You've been watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the House of Delegates live, just concluding its floor session. We're going to take you now to the governor's reception room, where we are expecting a news conference by Governor Jim Justice and Revenue Secretary Dave Hardy. After this news conference has concluded, we'll show you today's Senate floor session. Again, we're waiting for a news conference by Governor Jim Justice and Secretary of Revenue Dave Hardy. The governor and Secretary Hardy held a news announcement last week regarding Moody's investment service and the downgrading of the bond rating for the state of West Virginia. This news conference has been called again to discuss the budget, and we see two whiteboards, one made famous during the governor's State of the State address last month. So we'll see if the governor takes questions from reporters during this news conference. This is a live look from the governor's reception room at the state capitol in Charleston. We're waiting for Governor Jim Justice and Revenue Secretary Dave Hardy to begin a news conference that was called for 1 o'clock this afternoon. This news conference, again, just like the last one, is called to talk about state budget matters. But beyond that, we don't know what the governor and the revenue secretary is going to discuss.
That was in January. Yeah, I was going to say, it was in January. It was like the second. People drove their trucks on it. Yeah. This is like, yeah, oh yeah, exactly. They say you got to catch very certain times. They say it's kind of free in January, February. I split 2 Saturdays in it. Yeah, that's for people to check. That's correct. Yeah, I think it's, and they more because right. So you don't get things. Yeah. No, it's a flowing. Oh, it is. You're out. It's only about 100 yards wide. Oh, okay. Otherwise, yeah, the ice would be really thin. Yeah, sure. But I've seen.
And we're at the half-hour mark when this news conference was called and was to begin to start at 1 o'clock. The last news conference the governor had with the Revenue Secretary was also late as they were waiting to hear from Moody's Investor Service about the announcement regarding the downgrading of the bond. We will show you today's Senate floor session as soon as the governor's news conference has concluded. And we've just heard a 2-minute warning, so Governor Jim Justice and Revenue Secretary Dave Hardy should be coming out momentarily.
Thank y'all for coming. We lost Dave. I'm right here, Governor. Okay. Please sit, guys. Thank y'all.
You ready, Governor?
I'm ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. When this governor said he works around the clock, he's not exaggerating. About 10 o'clock last night, the governor contacted myself and Chief of Staff Casey and several others, Mike McCowan, our budget director, and said that he wanted to today present an alternative to the people of West Virginia. And we've worked literally all night and around the clock until about 5 minutes ago to finalize the governor's plan today. And with that, I'm going to yield the floor to the 36th governor of the state of West Virginia, the Honorable Jim Justice.
Okay. Again, going back to my proposal in the state of the state. And we're going to pass some things out to you in just a minute when we get done, and we're going to let you ask whatever you choose to ask, and I'll try to answer whatever I can. Net of the whole thing, as I've said it over and over, the left side of the equation is balancing the budget. And we have got to, and here's the component that it has to be for me, and that is balance the budget and don't cripple us. That's the left side. How we get there is a lot of different ways you can get there. And I've suggested ways to get there, and today I'm going to even come up with a different way to get there than what I've already told you. The right-hand side of the equation, now that doesn't do anything to get us up off the bed. All that does is stabilize the patient. Now, the right-hand, now stabilize without crippling. On the right-hand side is our growth, and the component that it has to have is immediate jobs. Now, it's really important that you understand the right-hand side has to have immediate jobs, not bet on the come, bet on potential, bet on opportunity. It's difficult to sell potential, you know. We have to have immediate jobs. That's why I've proposed a roads package that does everything for us. It does create immediate jobs, significant immediate jobs. So, now, the problem is this, and here's how I see it. Without any question, the most important thing we can do in the state of West Virginia today as legislators, in my office, all of us, the most important thing we can do is come up with a budget and come up with a pathway of growth. Now, we're 20 days into this situation. I've come up with a plan. I've surely heard back some criticism to the plan, but I've not heard back alternatives to what we can do. We're approaching the halfway mark, and it is pitiful for us to get to the point in time where we would have to have maybe a special session. Why? We work on so many different things, and not to take anything away from what we're working on, but the most important thing is just this, and we got to get to it. We've got to get to rock solid solutions and put the people of West Virginia on a pathway to where we can get out of this mess. Now, so I've proposed things, and I want to get up here and I want to show you a different pathway. Now, it's not like I'm changing horses in the middle of the stream. I'm just coming up with alternatives while the other side is sitting and coming with, I haven't seen anything, nothing whatsoever. Now, so let me get up and draw a little bit, and I'll be very quick, and I won't bother you too terrible bad, okay? Left side, right side. Now, let's just put this over here on this side. This is the left side. Let's put in a bubble here $50 million of possible cuts. Now understand this. If they can find $150 million of cuts, I'd be all in. If they can find $50 million of cuts, I'd be all in. But this, to me, is going to be tough to do. It's just plain going to be tough to do. Now, they may come up with that, and if they do, I want you to understand wholeheartedly, I'm not opposed to cuts if they don't cripple us. But now just go over to the other side. Look here. We're $497 million shortfall. That's where we start. Now, here's, I think, a pathway that's different than the other pathway. Here's what you can do. You can go to a better health initiative and attack our soda pop, our sweet soda pops, and even more on cigarettes, and promote better health in West Virginia. Now think about it. If you went to a 1 cent on our soda, on our sweet soda stuff, it amounts to approximately $85 million. Now, if you went to 50 cents on cigarettes, it amounts to $47.8 million. Now, another thing you could do is this. You could say to our wealthy West Virginians, you see, my plan is just this. I think we ought to all be all in. We ought to all be pulling the rope together. And say to West Virginians with an income of greater than $200,000 a year, what we're going to do is ask you to pay $500. Greater than $250, we're going to ask you to pay $750. And greater to $300, we're going to ask you to pay $1,000. And what that's going to do is go into this SOS fund, Save Our State, from wealthy West Virginians to save our state. Now, I'm going to give you this, and so you don't have to worry about writing it off. All that'll get us is $8 million. Now, we can do the smoothing of the teacher's retirement. I'm not against that. I am deathly against the refinancing of our retirement system, because it'll end up costing us billions of dollars for what we save. But the smoothing is not all that bad. So we can smooth this, and that'll get us $40.7 million, $75 million. Now, we can lower, this is lower, my proposed 0.2% on our businesses. We can lower that. We can lower that to 0.75% on every 10th. And so basically, this almost becomes next to nothing. We can lower that so low, we can take it below a 10th, we can take it to .000.00075 on a dollar. Now, why then have it at all? And why is just this. If I'm John Doe and I'm going to pay a little bit more on my sales tax, I want everybody to be in. I want our businesses to be in. I want the exemptions to be gone. Now, one thing I have thought a lot about, and that's just this. The exemption on advertising, I'm going to back up and say it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's $5.4 million. And to be perfectly honest, the service that you give is very argumentative or very arguable to me, because the word that you get out, taxing that may not be the right answer. And for $5.4 million, I'm okay to just can that. Now, we could lower my proposal on sales tax. You could lower that proposal from a half a penny to a quarter of a penny. Now, all the other things basically stay in play. And the net of all this, when it comes down here, gives you a $63 million surplus. The only other thing that is big in all this is this. My SOS fund of $105 million needs to be scattered out over 3 years instead of 1 year, and make that, and so basically that's a $70 million savings, and that comes to a $35 million expenditure for SOS fund. Now, everything else is pretty easy. So at the end of the rainbow, here's what you end up with. You end up with 1/4 cent on sales tax instead of a half. You end up with almost a nothing thing on your businesses. You go back up here and you gain a whole lot of ground on your health stuff, your sodas and cigarettes, and you come down here and you greatly reduce your SOS fund. You end up with a surplus by doing just that. It's a different pathway, isn't it? It's something that the people upstairs, you do the smoothing, it's a different pathway. All I'm trying to tell you is just this. I'm working like blooming crazy to come up with pathways that are going to get us there. Now let me go over here. Other side. Other side. Right-hand side. This is our roads. This is the right side. Now, over here, remember what I said. You got to do the left side and not cripple us. You got to do the right side and create immediate jobs. Immediate jobs. Now, here's the deal. 48,000 jobs. Nobody lose focus with this, please. You can sunset a bunch of that almost immediately by just the payroll tax here. Don't lose focus with this. This is everything. Now, here's what you can do. Everybody get this, please. I want every West Virginian to drive on our turnpike or drive on any toll road for free. I want them to drive for free. Now here's what we can do. We can set up a program for $8. For $8, you can buy an Easy Pass. Not mandatory. If you want. Okay? Now, this is if you want in anywhere you may be. In-state, out-of-state, whatever. $8. $8 you drive for free. If we toll more roads, as we build roads in the Eastern Panhandle and Northern Panhandle, wherever it may be, you still drive for free. If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to buy it. If you're never on the turnpike, don't buy it. It's just that simple. I mean, that's all there is to it. Now, we need to raise the turnpike fees in this scenario. We need to raise the turnpike fees from $2 to $4. Now watch how this works, okay? The $2 stays with the turnpike. The difference, the incremental difference from the $2 to $4, that goes into your bonding for all roads. Now, you need to raise your DMV fees from what I've proposed, and I want you to stay with me here, from 30 to 50 bucks. $20. If you don't want the $8, it's $20. And here's the other catch to this, is your inspection today, we think the full inspection of your vehicle costs $14 and change. You know, if there's not any repairs that are needed. We're going to take away the inspection process and do it every 3rd year. So basically, if you'll do the math, this increase amounts over 3 years, this increase amounts to 60 bucks over 3 years. Your inspection process will save you $29 and something, 80 cents or something. The net of the whole thing is we're asking the people on their DMV fee to raise their DMV fee $10.80 a year. Not 20 bucks, $10.80. That's what we're asking. Now, here's what you can do with all that. If you can do this, and it's not $20, it's $10.80. If you want the $8 Easy Pass, great, buy it. If you don't buy it. But here's what can happen. Your gas tax can go from an increase of $10 cents on gas, down to 4.5 cents. So the net of everything I'm telling you is just this. Here's another pathway. Here's another pathway to 48,000 jobs. Here's a pathway, $8, you either have it or don't have it, don't care if you buy it or don't buy it, doesn't matter. All West Virginians go for free. All West Virginians are free. Great big. All WV free. Nobody pays. It's in West Virginia. Your vehicle's inspected every 3 years. We flip that back, it costs you $10.80 a year of additional monies. We change the turnpike fees from $2 to $4 and use that money to lower the proposed gas tax to 4.5 cents. So at the end of the rainbow, now what happens? You don't cripple. You almost have no business tax at all. You lower your sales tax to 1/4%. You move all those monies around like we're talking about. You move the SOS fund around, and you come to a number that you've got a surplus. On this side, you do exactly what I've already said. You change the turnpike fees from $2 to $4. You keep $2 to work on the turnpike all the time. You don't lose any revenues there. You keep that right there. You do the incremental money into the bonding, and you're off and running. 48,000 jobs, 4.5 cents on gas. Now, we've written all that up so you guys can have it. My point is, it's another pathway. It's a pathway with less pain. Now, and that's what we want, isn't it? A pathway with less pain. A pathway to real prosperity with less pain. So, the point I'm making is this. All day yesterday I worked on this. At 10 o'clock last night I called all the King's horses and all the King's men and said, we got to go to work. Because I think there's a way to do something that is different than what we've already proposed. Now, we're going to modify this and send this right back on up. At some point in time, the other side's got to get to work on the budget. That's the most important thing we can do. Now, I'll answer any questions you've got, and don't keep me forever, but fire away if you got something. Right. Well, I don't know that you can dovetail, man. And let me just say this. Ultimately, down the road, I would love to see us eradicate the state income tax. But now just think about it. We are in such a mess. To jump to that is so phenomenally risky today. It's just not even possible. And the reason it's not even possible is because here's what you would basically be doing. You would basically be saying you have an unstable situation and you're going to lean heavily on the average everyday person to pay an enormous amount more in taxes to get you out of the mess. Our state needs to be out of the mess and then move there. I mean, just think about it. What if you're sitting at home, you don't have a job, and we raise your sales taxes by 2 or 3 or 4%? You know, and we raise all kinds of other taxes on you. You don't even have a job, or maybe you got a job that's making $35,000. You know, we're going to lean on you like crazy to make it come out. And in all honesty, it's a leap of faith beyond belief. Now, if I've got a job and I'm making $75,000, and I've got my state income tax is fairly significant, and you say I can do this, then at that point in time, I feel like I'm with you. But today, it's too big of a lean on our everyday people. It's too big a leap out of an unstable situation. If we were stable, I would be 100% behind it. I think that's where we need to go. But at that point in time, it's too big a leap. It's just too big a leap.
Governor, how do you get over the philosophical hurdle that many in the House and Senate on the Republican side, they just want smaller government. They want more cuts. That just seems to be something that right now there's no bridge between your proposals and what they say they want.
Kenny, you're a good man and a great West Virginian, but just hear me out. I am open to listen to any cuts that they want to come up with, anything. I am not open to just putting a dagger in the heart of West Virginia where it won't recover. You know, the premise that we're smaller in the number of people, so therefore we can be smaller in things that are services or whatever that are out there, is just smoke and mirrors. I mean, when you get to the point in time where there is no way. There is just plain no way other than strangling us. And at that point in time, it's just going to get worse. I can't tell you that if you constrict more people are going to leave. They're leaving now like crazy. More people are going to leave. Well, when more people leave, revenue goes down. And then you're faced with the problem again, and again, and again, and again. And basically what I've said, when you do that, you're creating the China syndrome. You're creating a spinning that you can't stop. You just plain can't stop. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I got my left side and my right side.
Well, I know, but...
So, way back at the beginning, there was 50 million cuts, I think. You had originally presented 27 million. Are there specific cuts you've got in mind?
No.
Okay.
No. My cuts are still there. Okay? Everything in my original budget's there. The only thing I modified is this. But I put this 50 million in cuts up here as just a pie in the sky thing that the legislature maybe possibly could come up with. If they do, we could even adjust things there even further. You could do away without the cigarette tax. You know, if they come up with something that is legitimate, we could even make that even better. We could do away with the sales tax, you know. I mean, do away with the commercial business tax, you know. But what I'm saying is, that's just if they can do it. I've already put in cuts that I think are doable, and I'm willing to look at additional possibilities if they don't cripple. That's the bottom line.
that available both in-state and out-of-state residents?
I think we've discovered through everything that it is going to be available for out-of-state residents as well. Now, it's going to cut into our money a little bit, you know, and because you got people right across the border over in Mercer County, right on the other side of the border, they're going to pick up an $8 Easy Pass when they've been paying $200 a year or something like that, and it's going to cut into our money a little bit, no question about that. And that's why I built into $4 instead of $2. Yes, sir.
Will these items, including the cuts and potential taxes, wind up in a separate budget document or a separate bill?
Yeah, we're just going to amend what we've already sent up there, and we'll be doing that very quickly. Yes?
I just wanted a little clarification about the $8 Easy Pass. This is something that everybody purchases?
No. If you want it. Only if you want it. It's optional. It changed. Remember I said in the beginning, $30 to $50 and add an additional $8 on and we're going to charge to everybody. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to let you decide if you want it or not want it. You know, if you want it, great. If you don't, that's fine too. That's where you get back to $20 and eliminate 2 of the 3 years of inspections, and that $20 really becomes $10.80. You follow what I'm saying there? So really, you're only asking for a $10.80 increase. And it could even be less than that, but $10.80 instead of $20.
Governor, where are you moving the funds in the Exhibit A that you've given us? Is that from the general revenue fund?
No, they're still there. Same thing. This is my original budget, and it didn't change. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew if you. Let me see. I need your other sheet. If you follow this right here, this second page, this don't cripple page, and you get over here to where it says beer tax, liquor tax, and blah, 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 86 million. You know, that's this. That's Exhibit A. So if you would, please do this, okay? Write Exhibit A on your little sheet by beer tax, okay? On this sheet. On this sheet right here. Now, I'm going to just pause long enough for you to write that, because I want to make sure you got your, it's this sheet right here. This sheet. On the second page, by beer tax, write Exhibit A. And then you've got Exhibit A over here. And that's this beer tax, okay? And under B, or under other changes to anticipated expenditures, write Exhibit B, because that's Exhibit B. Well, it's on here. It says Exhibit A, Exhibit B. You know, it says that. It's on there. You got it?
On the professional services, sales taxes, we were assuming that's law and accounting, but what professions actually would lose their exemptions, or has it been determined?
You got to say that.
Phil, the only thing that changed from the prior proposal is advertising. Is
what are
the other?
Professions that lose their exemptions? I don't think I understood.
Well, there were professional services like law firms, CPA firms, things of that nature. The advertising exemption is now under this proposal going back to remaining as an exemption. The other professional services, mainly law firms, CPA firms, are losing the exemptions still under this proposal.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like a little description that you on prior to the now fading 10 p.m. phone call. Were you writing on notepad, or did you have a whiteboard at home?
No.
What was your status?
No, I was sitting at my desk writing, you know, just writing, you know, and I'm at home and you know, wherever I am, I'm just writing. I'm just thinking and writing, and you know, I don't know how, but the good Lord's blessed me to not need a lot of sleep. And I told you before, I'd be all in. You know, I mean, and I'm all in, and I'm working all the time, and I'm trying to fix it, and I'm trying to help us. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find a pathway that makes it a little easier for everybody. Instead of 10 cents on gas, 4.5 cents. I mean, 10 cents on gas, you know, it was probably a little tough. I mean, you know, to be perfectly honest, but if we can get this thing to where it's 4.5 cents on gas and do the smoothing and get the 0.25% on sales tax, and maybe we can pick up some health advantages by maybe a few less kids. Gosh knows, it would have been great if I'd have drank a few less cans of sweet soda pop, you know, but you know, maybe we can help a little bit. Yes.
The soda tax and the cigarette tax in addition to the wholesale beer and liquor tax?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that's one of the ways you're able to drop the gas tax?
Not the gas tax, that's over here. The ways you drop the gas tax is you go to $2 to $4 on the turnpike. You know, the way over here you drop your sales tax and you drop your business tax and you do all that by those health taxes. And please remember, this side over here has $63 million in a surplus, you know, that you can dovetail back. This side over here doesn't have anything for if there is some additional cuts that we can come up with that we don't have today. This side doesn't have that in them. You know, not me, but if the legislator comes back with something that is legitimate in a cut, we can dovetail that into the whole thing. But now, wait. The other thing is, remember though, this 48,000 jobs over here, I mean, please don't just fly by what that's going to do in payroll taxes. And that in essence sunsets a lot of this over here.
200 million, is that what you said?
Well, 250 million.
The question I was asked, I didn't know the answer. When you say a sugary drink tax, is that every canned beverage? There are diet drinks that don't have sugar in them?
Not every,
what
but
do you tax? Just the ones with sugar?
the ones with sugar.
So the diet drinks like Coke Zero or whatever?
Yeah, they're not included, no.
Okay.
But we're talking about things, Kenny, like, yeah, like Gatorade, things of that nature. And again,
Things that we just feel like by the health officials that have come and begged and pleaded and lobbied and everything with us, they've come and they've convinced me wholeheartedly that we can genuinely help the health of our state if we do this.
You're not doubling the pop tax that already pays for the medical schools. It would be a different tax, some different drinks.
yeah, it's a different tax. Yeah, and you raise a good point. There's the sugary drink proposal and then the pop tax. The pop tax has been in place since 1952 that goes to the medical school. It's 1 cent. This is a different approach. This is a sugary drinks tax.
That can stay right there.
Yeah.
The pot tax is 1 cent per ounce.
No, it's 1 cent.
It's 1 cent.
Per 16.9 ounces.
This would be 1 cent per ounce on sugary drinks.
That's correct.
So $1.44 for a 12 pack.
Well.
A 12 pack of cans.
And if you drink that, you're going to have $144 in medical bills.
One other thing that I wanted to mention was there's been a lot of discussion about this plan, or at least it was discussed about taking the pension payout plan and refinancing it. It's on its 17th year, it's the 23rd year of a 40-year plan. The numbers, the actuarial numbers on that are staggering. And that's not included in this proposal. This proposal only talks about smoothing over a 4-year period for the teacher's plan. The numbers to refinance that 40-year plan and take it out to a 30-year payout schedule are multiple billions. And Mike McCowan's here. I believe it's over $3 billion.
And I get that. Somebody get that. If we refinance it could cost $3 billion to save some. You talk about penny wise and pound poor. I mean, that's a no-no. And not only that, the bonding, the rating agencies would have already said that's the end of you if you do that.
Governor, Secretary, what if you could just in layman's terms explain smoothing?
You go.
Okay.
You go.
Kenny, I asked that question this morning.
Hey, but I can go. You know, yes, peaks and valleys.
I'll tell you what.
As far as
I think I can explain it, but I know Mike McCowan is perfect.
Mike, you do it.
Mike, I want you to do this.
But we're just ironing out those peaks and valleys.
I want this to be totally accurate, okay? Mike?
Totally accurate, Mike. Come around here.
Come on up here.
Just take your time now.
Very simplified explanation. This is not, I'm simplifying it just so that we can understand it. Not an actuary. The regular, if we fund FY18's teacher's retirement at the way we've been funding it, it would require an additional $70 million to be put in next year in FY18. Smoothing would smooth that payment. Instead of $70 million having to go in FY18, you would only have to put $30 million in. Now you're going to make that $40 million savings up over the next 3 years. It's a 4-year smoothing. So instead of putting $70 million in year 1 and assuming that you earn 7.5% interest in years 2, 3, and 4, where you would have to put 0 in, you put 70 in the first year, 0 the second, 0, 0. Smoothing, you only put 30 in the first year, and then 15 the second, 15 the third, 15 the fourth. Okay, you smooth those payments. Again, you're assuming.
And let me add this. The window is. You look at the 2017 window, okay? And that window, our earnings are in excess of 7.5%, and that's what we base it on and everything. So basically, our earnings are going to be at a level that you're going to go 70 and then a 0. So basically, we know that you can smooth and really not cost you any more money, no more money.
Now, this was done on PERS about 3 or 4 years ago. It has not been done on the teacher system. So this is the smoothing is the teacher's side of the pension program.
The reason we went up so high is the window in 16, we had 0 growth. And so now we have a great big obligation, a big spike, you know, but the window we have now shows us with significant growth, and so we can iron it out.
You anticipate getting this to the legislature today?
Probably not today, but our people are going to have it up there tomorrow.
Thank you.
She has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just another clarification on the $8 easy pass. Is that per year or is that?
That's per year. Again, completely optional. Okay? Okay? I'm here. I mean, I'll sit here till the cows come home.
We met last week about Moody's, and we have a current fiscal year gap. I thought I heard some reluctance after that announcement to dip into the rainy day fund. Did I perceive that right, or is that still probably the way it's going to go?
We told Moody's and others that we probably, I mean, you can't solve that $123 million. I mean, now. I mean, Jiminy Christmas. And again, I keep going back to the same thing. I'm here trying to fix it. I didn't create it, you know. I've been here 6 weeks now, you know, but the situation is if there is a shortfall, it's got to come out of rainy day. Has to. And we're finding some things that maybe we just, and I don't want to promise this because now this is betting on potential again, but we're finding a few things that it may not be quite as bad as what we think. You know, it could come in at 85, or it could come in at 100, something like that. But it's still real money.
Brad, I did a conference call with Moody's the day that they did the morning they did the downgrade, and we made it clear to them that we were going to use the rainy day fund for this fiscal year, but on July 1, 2017, not one more penny.
Yeah. He should have answered that instead of me. Way to go, Dave. We done? Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, sir.
From the governor's reception room, at the state capitol in Charleston, you've been listening to a news conference from Governor Jim Justice and Revenue Secretary Dave Hardy.
When you got your first game in the sessions.
Oh, we've already played two.
New tax and fee proposals for legislative consideration. The governor calling it another pathway with less pain. But the majority Republicans are against any tax increases, and the governor's proposals have not been well received at the legislature. With this news conference over, we'll go now to the state Senate to show you its floor session from earlier today.
Senate will please come to order. Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. With those on the floor and our guests in their gallery, please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Father Byron Crenwelge of Sacred Heart Co-Cathedral in Charleston, West Virginia. And then please remain standing as we are led in the pledge this morning by the senior senator from the 16th, Pastor Crenwelge.
Good morning. In the Catholic faith, we always begin prayers with the sign of the cross, which is the sign of our salvation. And so we begin. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Great and eternal God, creator and Lord of all things, foremost legislator and supreme ruler, all power comes from you and depends on you. Therefore, I ask that these men and women, upon whom rests the burden of a grave responsibility, receive your aid for the fulfillment of their office. Grant them that objectivity and sound realism which will guide them on every occasion to be a clear perception of that which seems the best. Grant that they may never deviate from that sound impartiality which dictates that they labor without unjust preferences for the good of all. Help them to be calm in their deliberations and to be immune from all passion except that which is inspired by the honest quest after truth. May their resolutions be in conformity with your commands, even if the service of your will should demand sufferings and sacrifices. Hear us, O Lord, in order that our minds may never be without your light, nor our wills without your strength, nor our hearts without the warmth of your love, for we ought to have a tender love for your people. Keep far from us every form of human ambition and every kind of lust for illicit gain. Finally, as a supreme reward, grant us someday to enjoy your blessed presence for all eternity, in union with all those who have been entrusted to our care. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. And Fathers.
Thank you, Father. The senator from Berkeley.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, and guests in the gallery, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature Senate Journal, Friday, February 24th, 2017. The Senate met at 11 a.m.
The senator from Monroe requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guest of the junior senator from the 8th, we have Kaylee Nutter. As the guest from the senator from Greenbrier, we have Ian Garner, Jalen Keaton, and Will Taylor. And as a guest from the senator from Tucker, we have Carly Kyle. Would they all rise, and the Senate please make them welcome. Further introductions, the Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure and yours and to introduce our doc for the day, Dr. Jeff Groves of Huntington, West Virginia. If he would stand and the Senate please make him welcome.
Further introductions, the senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself and the senator from Mercer, in the North Gallery we have with us today Chris Pierce. He's CEO and builder of Brush Creek Falls RV Resort and 304 Speedway from the 6th District in Mercer County. Chris, please stand, and Senate join me in making him welcome.
The senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Monroe, I myself, we're very happy to have today a chaperone for our pages, Mr. James Taylor, who is sitting in the South Gallery, I believe. I believe that's where he is. If he'd stand, he may be on this side, but if he'd stand, the Senate, please make him welcome.
The senator from Jefferson.
On behalf of the senators of the 15th and 16th District, I would like everyone to welcome our representatives from the Martins-Berkeley County Public Library, Gretchen Fry, Kelly Tanksley, Sarah Shoebridge, and from Jefferson County Shepherdstown Library, Haley Taylor and Sandy Brown. Would the senators please make them welcome?
The senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce Mr. Mike Peters. Mr. Peters is involved in working with rejuvenating and retraining coal miners to take better jobs, and would please make him welcome.
The senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Preston and myself, we have accompanying our page today, Carly Cow, is her mother, Amber Cow, and her grandparents, Amy and Gary Moats. They are in the South Gallery. If they would stand and the body make them welcome. Thank you.
Further introductions, the senator from Berkeley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senators from the 16th and 15th District, we're very happy to have with us today Leadership Berkeley. They're going to be honored here on the floor shortly, but if they are in the gallery, please stand and receive a warm Senate welcome.
Further introductions? Oh, the junior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself and my senior senator from the 8th District, one of our pages today, Kaylee Nutter, her parents are here. Up in the South Gallery, we have Sean and Sarah Cardenas and her brother, Clayton. Please make them welcome.
Further introductions, the senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my senior senator from the 5th, we have parents and friends of the Cabell Midland golf team here from Cabell County. Would you folks please stand and the Senate make them feel welcome?
Further introductions? Further introductions. Communications from the House.
There are none.
Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
There are none.
Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 442 through Senate Bill number 457 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
The senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 442 through Senate Bill number 457 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 23 by Senators Maynard and Stallings naming the Johnny Odell Linville Memorial Bridge.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 22 by Senators Plymel, Wolfel, Stallings, and Unger congratulating Cabell Midland Golf Team on winning the 2016 Class AAA Golf Tournament.
The senior senator from Wayne.
Request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
The senator from Wayne requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 22, congratulating the Cabell Midland golf team for winning the 2016 Class AAA State Golf Tournament.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. The senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the resolution. Cabell Midland High School is one of the finest institutions in our state when it comes to instruction regarding public service, character, academics, and athletics. The folks that we have here today as our guests have succeeded in winning 2 AAA golf championships, but equally as important, they're going to be productive and members of our community as a state and our future leaders. So it's with great honor that I ask you to welcome them today.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Further discussion, the senator from Wayne.
To unanimous consent that the remarks by the senator from Cabell be placed in the appendix of the journal.
The senator from Wayne requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from Cabell be placed in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
The senator from Ohio moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present the resolution. Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. The senior senator from the 16th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to introduce a resolution from the floor.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 23 by Senator Unger recognizing Leadership Berkeley for its service, dedication, and commitment to Berkeley County.
Question before the Senate is adoption of resolution. The senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
The senator from Berkeley requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be placed upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 23 recognizing Leadership Berkeley for its service, dedication, and commitment to Berkeley County.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
The senator from Ohio moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present the resolution. Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. Motions? Petitions?
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 22, naming the Walter E. Swagger Memorial Bridge.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Further unfinished business?
No, sir.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 80, equalizing criminal penalty for entering without breaking regardless of time of day. Third reading of the bill.
The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 80 amends a single section of the West Virginia Code. It is Section 11 of Article 3 of Chapter 61. Chapter 61 is our state's criminal code. Article 3 is crimes against property. This is the burglary and breaking and entering statute. Simply put, our current law makes a distinction between daytime and nighttime burglary in elements and in penalty. And this bill eliminates the distinction, and the new language provides that any person who shall break and enter or enter without breaking a dwelling house or joining outbuilding with the intent to commit a violation of the criminal laws of the state shall be guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof imprisoned in the state correctional facility not less than 1 or more than 15 years. So previously, under current law, there's a reduced penalty for daytime burglary from nighttime burglary. This equalizes the penalty for both offenses at the higher level. So daytime burglary, after passage of this bill, if it passes, would be punished in the same manner as nighttime burglary. And I'll compliment again the sponsor of this legislation, Senators from Cabell and Wayne and Putnam, but it recognizes something that sadly is true in our society now, and that is that it is increasingly more common for home invasions to occur during the day. People who are seeking money to support drug habits or whatever reasons are taking advantage of the fact that they can anticipate that people are going to be away from their homes and working during the day. And we're seeing, I think, across the state, increases in the number of daytime home invasions. So this bill will equalize the penalty between daytime and nighttime burglary. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of this bill.
Question before the Senate is passage of the bill. Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Further bills on third reading.
Yes, sir. Engrossed Senate Bill 164, relating to traffic regulations and special load limits. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is passage of the bill. The gentleman from Nicholas, Senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill modifies traffic regulations of digger and derrick line trucks to permit them to carry loads that are 45 feet in length. Current law restricts loads to 40 length in length. The bill permits the transportation of newer 45-foot poles on such vehicles. I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 204, requiring persons appointed to fill vacancy by governor have same qualifications for vacated office and receive same compensation and expenses. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill amends the procedures for when the governor makes appointments to fill vacancies that require the advice and consent of the Senate. First of all, the bill would require that the governor to make an appointment within 30 days of the vacancy. Excuse me. This bill also addresses the issue of individuals being deemed acting secretary, director, or whatever the position may be. The bill provides that any person granted the authority to exercise the duties or responsibilities of the vacated office or has been designated to be acting in the vacated position is considered to be appointed. It provides that any person appointed to fill a vacancy shall possess the statutory qualifications and only receive the compensation provided for in the code. Historically, the acting designation has resulted in individuals avoiding salaries set by law and avoiding being brought before the Senate for confirmation. This bill will simply require anyone appointed to the job by the governor to actually satisfy the legal requirements of the job. Mr. President, I urge passage of this bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 31 yeas, 3 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present, and having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 231 relating to State Board of Education and Medicaid-eligible children. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would provide that the county board is required to seek Medicaid reimbursements if it determines there is a net benefit or after consideration of the cost and time involved and the billing process does not detract from the educational program. Counties are reimbursed. Currently, counties are reimbursed through federal share. So if the counties don't seek reimbursement, the funds would stay with the federal government. The process for seeking reimbursement depends on the type of service. For example, to get reimbursed for personal care aid, the counties used to be able to bill a daily amount. But now under the new Medicaid rules, they have to bill in 15-minute increments, which means they have to track everything throughout the day. All the counties except for Braxton County, I believe, pay Reese's to help with the Medicaid reimbursements. Counties are likely to continue to seek the reimbursements for many of the services, but likely can choose not to seek the reimbursement for certain services where seeking reimbursement is more labor intensive when compared with the amount of the reimbursement. So simply, this bill is providing the flexibility and prioritizes the needs that must be met in our school systems and allows the local control to be in the driver's seat. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion? Further discussion. If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2017, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senator from Ohio moves that the bill be made effective on July 1, 2017, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from July 1, 2017. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 330 relating to West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act, third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage, or the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 330 amends two sections of the West Virginia Code, Section 1 and Section 7 of existing code within Article 5G of Chapter 21. And Article 5G of the code is the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act. It is the right to work bill that this legislature passed last year. After the legislature passed this bill, there was a legal challenge filed to the legislation, and that litigation has been pending for some time in the Circuit Court of Kanawha County. The case is styled as West Virginia AFL-CIO and others, plaintiffs, versus Governor Earl Ray Tomlin and others, defendant. And on February 23rd, which was last week, the judge of the Circuit Court of Kanawha County issued an opinion in that case, an order granting a preliminary injunction. The issues raised in that case were a couple different ones. One is a constitutional question. That is not addressed by the legislation that we have before us, and quite frankly, I'm not sure it could be, because under the doctrine of judicial review, the judgment of the judiciary as to the constitutionality of a legislative act is the judgment of the final arbiter. In our constitutional scheme and hierarchy, the judiciary has the final say on the constitutionality of legislative acts. Another issue that was raised in the pleadings in the Circuit Court and addressed by the court in its order entered just last week surrounded whether or not a portion of the statute was ambiguous. The court found actually that it is. The court found that our statute was ambiguous in Chapter 21, Article 5G, Section 7A, subsection 7A. And so actually part of the court's finding on that subject says that someone reading the statute has no certainty of understanding whether the so-called right-to-work legislation applies to collective bargaining agreements or negotiations or agreements within the building and construction trades. And the court went on to say if it does apply in some manner, then why is this subsection necessary, et cetera. So the main purpose of this bill, Senate Bill 330, is to eliminate from the Act, the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act, the portions thereof that the court found to be ambiguous. As I mentioned, there are only two sections from the Act that are within this bill. The first is a definitions section. So in Section 1, which is definitions, we strike from the definitions section the definition of state, it being essentially extraneous to the bill. And then in Section 7, which is the section that addresses construction of the Act, we're striking subsection A, all of it, which is the language that the court specifically found in its opinion issued last week to create an ambiguity in the Act. The bill also makes it clear that the changes made this year in this bill, if it's enacted, are to be applied retroactively. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions about the legislation. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Morgan yield?
The senator yield. Senator does yield. Senator may proceed.
Senator, I understand what the purpose of the bill is, trying to clean up these sections that there was some potential confusion about. But why is the bill going to apply these changes retroactively?
It was our opinion in drafting this bill that because it is a clarification of what the legislature's original intention was, that it made sense to have it apply retroactively. The original bill that we passed last year had an internal effective date for contracts on or after July 1, 2016, and made sense to me that since we're trying to resolve what was simply an ambiguity, according to the court, in our enactment, it makes sense to apply it retroactively.
How do you think that that language of applying it retroactively will affect what's going on in the courts right now?
I don't think it will, but here's what I know. I know the suit was filed last year, sometime in the second half of the year, I think, after our bill became effective. And at a hearing, maybe the order tells me the date of that hearing, but the hearing was in the fall, August 10th, 2016. The court announced that it was going to issue a temporary injunction, and this order from February 23rd is, in fact, the order that memorializes that announcement. So I don't think it's going to have an effect upon anything that's happened since this bill became effective, which the act itself, the application of the act, has effectively been enjoined by the court since August of last year.
Well, I guess that even, further exemplifies my point. If you don't think it's going to affect anything in the courts right now, I guess I'm concerned about why that language is in there. Again, I agree with trying to clean up the language in the current code and make it a little more clear, but the retroactive part is what I have a little bit of concern about. And you're saying it's in there, but you don't expect it's going to impact what the court does going forward. So I guess I'm a little bit confused about why it's in there in the first place.
And I think it's in there just to make it clear that what we're doing here is not changing what we thought the law was, what we thought our enactment was, but to saying this is what we've thought it meant from the beginning, even those parts which are now stricken, which the court had determined had some ambiguity in them.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 22 yeas, 12 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be made effective from passage.
The senator from Ohio moves that the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will say aye. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 23 yeas, 11 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Further bills on third reading.
Yes, sir. Engrossed Senate Bill 349, repealing outdated code related to Division of Corrections. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to repeal outdated language in the code related to the Division of Corrections. Currently, the code reads that the Commissioner of the Division of Corrections is responsible to ensure all state buildings and property. The West Virginia Board of Risk and Insurance Management assumed this responsibility years ago. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 9, regulating unmanned aircraft systems.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day, retaining its place on the calendar.
The senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day, retaining its place on the calendar. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 125, authorizing DHHR promulgate legislative rules. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 214, adopting Uniform Electronic Legal Material Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 236, relating to damages for medical monitoring.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day, retaining its place on the calendar.
The senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day, retaining its place on the calendar. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Senate Bill 321, reporting requirements of employee information to CPRB. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 426, repealing DNR legislative rule on litter control grant program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 4, allowing licensed professionals donate time to care of indigent and needy in clinical setting. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 5, disqualifying CDL for DUI conviction in certain cases. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 180, relating to PSC jurisdiction over certain telephone company and internet services. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 225, allowing magistrates to conduct proceeding for temporary emergency protective order dealing with temporary custody by family court. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 257, relating to Civil Air Patrol leave and protection of employees performing missions.
The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 257 be re-referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The senator from Morgan moves that the Senate Bill number 257 be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Further bills on first reading?
Yes, sir. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 261, relating to increasing salary or wages of judgment debtor. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 337, hiring correctional officers without regard to placement on correctional officer register. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 345, allowing hunting and trapping on Sundays. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 346, relating generally to jurisdiction of PSC over motor carriers. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 347, relating to modernization of Physician Assistant Practice Act. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced. Further bills on first reading?
No, sir.
Introduction of guest. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members of the Senate. The senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to make a few comments about our new and improved confirmation process. It seems that a lot of the members on this committee has been watching a lot of TV. I feel like we're trying to act like Washington, D.C., when a lot of these people that's coming before the committee are from our hometowns. Good people, work hard, like Bucky Blackwell. That guy, between new schools and renovations, almost $200 million in projects. A good man, good man. And we've got to try to catch him up in gotcha questions. And, you know, I think we're sending the wrong message here. You know, we should be looking at working together with the governor's appointees and instead of trying to get you with gotcha questions. And if you think about it, all of us have conflict of interest. Every one of us in here. There's some time or another that we go through the day or the week or the month or the session, and there's conflicts of interest. That's just how it is in this business. But we get through it, we excuse ourselves, and move forward. So instead of trying to get people caught up in gotcha questions, I think we need to be better at being bipartisan and working together. Thank you.
Further remarks, the senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to talk a little bit more about workplace freedom, and it was sort of, the constitutional question sort of outside the bill that we just sent out of the Senate, Senate Bill 330. But there is, there is a constitutional question pending, and I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about it. In the decision rendered by the Circuit Court of Kanawha County in the case that I described a moment ago, the legal challenge to the state's right to work bill that we passed last year, the court found that the right to work law was an unconstitutional taking. The language in the court's opinion said the unions have a duty to fairly represent all members of the collective bargaining unit regardless of union membership. Indeed, providing services and negotiating, enforcing, and administering contracts costs money. Requiring unions to provide services to free riders while simultaneously prohibiting unions from charging for those services necessarily take union funds and directs them to be expended on behalf of third parties. Ultimately, the court adopted that argument and found that our right to work bill passed last year is a taking. And the court would be right if what the court said were true. But what the court said, the premise, the fundamental premise underlying that argument and this decision is not true. Is not true. In the United States Supreme Court, in the case of Retail Clerks International Association versus Lion Dry Goods, Inc., and this is, nope, I'm citing the wrong case there. Yeah. The court recognized, this is a 1962 case, so it's been the law recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court for 55 years now. We'll read from the opinion of the court. Members-only contracts have long been recognized. Members-only contracts. So no union has to bargain for every employee. Unions have the right to choose to negotiate on behalf solely of their members. And so the fundamental premise behind this decision of the Circuit Court of Kanawha County is incorrect. That legal position has been reiterated numerous times and upheld. I've got an NLRB opinion here from just 2010. This is Dana Corporation and International Union, others, AFL-CIO, December 6th, 2010. And it says, among the things it says, the board and courts have long recognized that various types of agreements and understandings between employers and unrecognized unions fall within the framework of permissible cooperation. Notably, employers and unions may enter into members-only agreements, which establish terms and conditions of employment only for those employees who are members of the union. That was the decision of the Indiana Supreme Court in a constitutional challenge to their right to work bill just 2 years ago, November of 2014. The union's obligation to represent all employees in a bargaining unit is optional. Is optional. So, if you create the legal fiction that the union has to represent everybody, then yeah, it flows from that that you allow people to receive the benefit of that without paying dues could amount to a taking. But it's a legal fiction. The law allows members-only negotiations and contracts. And so, you know, as I said earlier when we were talking about Senate Bill 330, ultimately, the judicial branch of our government will make the final decision as to what the Constitution permits and requires. I had no problem in voting for that bill in its original incarnation, believing that it was fully constitutional and does not affect a taking of any kind from any union. Unions choose to try to negotiate for an entire class of employees, and it makes perfect sense why they make that choice, why they want to do it that way. Number one, they want dues from as many people as possible. Number two, you know, if you're a labor union, you represent only the employees who are members of the union. If someone else is able to negotiate a better employment agreement for himself, could cause problems within the membership for the leadership of the union. You know, why does this person have a better deal than we got? You know, and then the corollary question is, what are you really doing for us? Mr. President, in my opinion, the current state of the law affects a taking. When you take a citizen who has a constitutional right to free assembly, free association, and force that person to belong to an organization or pay dues to an organization to which he or she does not want to be a member, that is an unconstitutional taking. And so, again, what was disappointing to me, most disappointing to me, about the recent decision, as I read it, I didn't see any mention of this body of law in the opinion. No reference whatsoever to that Supreme Court decision from 55 years ago, no reference to any of these more recent iterations, discussions of the law. And I hope that when this matter arrives in the east wing of this building for review by our Supreme Court, and I believe it will, that they will be circumspect and review all the law that relates to this question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks? The senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to do a couple things. I wanted to call the members' attention to the fact that today we had a meeting of the Tax Reform Committee where the committee substitute that's got a few changes in it was more directly introduced, and that committee substitute is on the system if people would like to take a look at it. I also wanted to point something out. We hear a lot of times people talk about the United States as sort of like 50 different experiments running around this country. And so I wanted to offer a comparison of West Virginia to a different state. And it's interesting because West Virginia, as most of you know, is the 35th state in the Union. And this is the 36th state in the Union. So the 36th state in the Union, right after West Virginia, 16 months later, came into being. And it shares a lot of commonalities with West Virginia. It doesn't have a single saltwater beach. So a lot of times we hear we can't grow because we don't have a beach. Well, this state doesn't have a beach either. It does have a lot of lakes like we have, a lot of beautiful lakes. People like to go out. It's got a lot of beautiful mountains. It's got ski resorts. It's got casinos. Its economy originally was based on mining, resource extraction, very similar to West Virginia. A lot of tourism in this state, a lot of farming and ranching in this state. That's about where the similarities end, though, today. If we look at this state in 1998, I should say one more similarity. In 1998, this state had the same population that West Virginia does, or did in 1998. Now, since 1998, we've added 28,000 people. This state has added over 1 million people since 1998. In fact, one of the questions that I hear related to raising the sales tax and lowering or eliminating the income taxes that we have to worry about being a border counties. So many border counties in West Virginia that's a big threat. Well, in this particular state, 80% of the growth has occurred in one county, and it's a border county. Over 800,000 people have moved into one county in this state since 1998. It's got the highest sales tax in the state. This one county has the highest sales tax in the state, and the sales tax is over 8%. So we're talking about 8%. This county has a sales tax of over 8%. And this county has added almost 1 million people to its population since 1998. And the state that I'm talking about is the state of Nevada. And another thing that it does that's a little bit different than what we do is it doesn't have an income tax. So one of the highest sales taxes in the country, in this particular county, higher sales tax than what we're proposing, and yet this is the fastest growing state in the country today, and this particular county has grown by 50% of the population of the state of West Virginia in just the last 19 years. So I just thought that was something, as we're talking about tax reform, how we build a growth-oriented economy, while we look at other states and see what works and what doesn't work. Here's a state where no income tax, even with the higher sales tax, is not just working, it's working phenomenally well. And it's a model that we could look at as we go forward. So I just wanted to take a minute and bring that to everyone's attention, Mr. President. Thank you.
Further remarks, the senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to stand briefly in response to my friend from Morgan and the comments he made today. Senator from Morgan, thank you. You know, what we're doing here today I think is of little consequence. Right to work was passed last year. There was, you know, much debate about it, and certainly you all have the majority, you have the right to pass that. I will say that I disagree with his reading of the law. I believe that the law clearly states that unions have to represent all members within their company, including on grievances. But lawyers often disagree. And that's why this case is in the third branch of government, the judiciary, for a decision. My concern that I want to make everybody aware of is I think it's a bad precedent for us to be able to be changing laws in order to address court cases. It disrupts the court system. It disrupts the constitutional separation of powers amongst the three branches. Because what we do is we go in and change the playing field after the courts have spent enormous amounts of time and resources in order to come to an answer. I too read the opinion of the judge. I thought on a preliminary injunction, which has 3 standards that you have to meet, I thought she addressed those and I thought she met them. Certainly there will be a whole bunch more evidence taken, but there's already been a lot of evidence taken. Surely there will be further decisions that will be subject to appeal, but when we interject ourselves into the third branch of government, I think we make a mistake, both morally and constitutionally. Thank you.
Further remarks? Further remarks? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent that the remarks from the gentleman from Morgan and Upshur be printed in the appendix of the journal.
The senior senator from the 15th requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from Morgan and the senator from Upshur be printed in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The senator from Marion.
That is the Senate floor session from earlier today. You've been watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We're going to take you now to the Senate Finance Committee, where there is a hearing going on, a budget presentation by the Department of Revenue. Let's go to the Senate Finance Committee room. We're having some audio difficulties from the Senate Finance Committee room. Please stand by. We apologize, some technical difficulties in the Senate Finance Committee room as we are not getting audio of the budget presentation by the Department of Revenue. You see Dave Hardy there, the new Secretary of the Department of Revenue, introducing his staffers. But without audio, I'm afraid we're unable to bring you this meeting today. We will be back tomorrow on the West Virginia Channel for full coverage of the floor sessions of the House and Senate, beginning at 11. Full coverage of the legislature on the Legislature Today, tonight at 6:30 on West Virginia Public Broadcasting. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.